It's been a while, but we are finally back. Welcome back to Evandale and, of course, Kill Sin City with the Kill City Sinners. Yeah, boy, you motherfuckers. It's been 3 weeks since we've had a game, so welcome back, everyone. I love seeing your faces. Hi.
Hello.
The most quiet of people that we have. However, so you know, there's a couple of things that have changed. My name over here has changed. We have a little person down there in the corner who you may never have seen before, or if you have, definitely say hi. So very first thing, welcome Stacie the Linguist, also a Twitch streamer. Definitely, can we have a shout out for Twacy the Linguist? If we can please have that. Stacie, thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. And if we can read the name on the template, we're going to start off with you tonight. Tell us who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Feel free to give us any plugs for like streams handles and other things like that, and who you're playing and what they look like.
For sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Stacie. I go by Stacie the Linguist. I'm on twitch.tv/Stacie the Linguist, where I talk about linguistics and language, the science behind what makes us human, and I also play video games sometimes, too. I'm also a huge fan of, like, TTRPGs like the one we're playing right now, and I'm so excited to be playing Andromeda today, which many of you might know as an NPC that has been on the show before, the spunky 17-year-old leader of a small group of rebels out to kill Corpo Butt. That's me.
And who do you want to pass it over to?
I'm gonna pass it over to my boy Kevin.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Not prepared.
Actually, I just did the full pantomime of mute. No, hi everybody. My name is Kevin. I go by LARP Genie on literally every platform that I had available to me when I had the opportunity to make it. And I'm playing Kode here tonight, the owned, constantly running into weird things, parkour individual. And I look forward to running away from something again today.
And who are you going to pass it over to?
I'm going to pass it over to...
There's literally no one over there.
All the way, wrong way. That way, the mirror. Down there, you.
Oh, down there.
You.
Yeah, it's you, but...
Wait, this way. Hello. Hi, I'm Mike. Don't look for me on social media. I don't use it. Find me here on Wednesdays and occasionally in the chat yelling on other days. And
very often shit posting.
Yeah, and if you're in the Discord, I shit post in there all the time. If you ever see a picture of a frog, it's probably got me behind it. I'm playing Zephyr, the Attached, our local samurai cowboy with an evil sword. Looking to essentially cause problems on purpose at all times. And I will pass it up.
Yay! I got it. My name is Erin. I'm Erin My Laundry on Twitch. I am a cozy horror streamer, and I play here 3 days a week. And today I'm playing Haven Callisto, the Empath, who is currently herding cats in the form of the rest of the crew as we all run away towards Dr. Hazer and hopefully get him for good.
Hopefully.
Get him got.
Yeah, that's kind of hoping. My name is Steve Krause, but you may notice that there's a different name up here, S.J. McKeen. The reason for that is because I got an IMDb credit, and there's like 15 Steve Krauses, some of which are actually actors and are more well-known, and branding is everything, and you got to stand out. So that's the voiceover business name, and that's why it's here. You can call me Steve, call me SJ, whatever. I do actually answer to SJ, and it actually stands for Steve John, which is my middle name. So McKeen is something Erin and I created, and it sounds good, and people voted on it in multiple social media platforms. So thank you for all those who are interested in that kind of stuff. But back over to this whole thing. First, Matthias Thornton, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So a couple of rules for those of you who may be new to this kind of a stream. Under no circumstances whatsoever are bits expected. However, some of you insanely awesome people decide to throw us biddies, and so we decide to do something with them. For every level of a hype train that you guys actually touch upon, not even complete, but even so much as touch on, the players then each receive a modifier equal to the level of the hype. So a level 1 will grant everyone here a single +1 modifier that they can use on their die rolls. Now, we happen to be playing Powered by the Apocalypse, where if you get a 10 or above on 2d6, you've done a fantastic job. And if you get a 12 and above, if you have the ability, you even start getting into more advanced stuff. So a plus modifier is absurd. Case in point, one of the last games that we had, this little guy down here, Zephyr, threw, because we hit a level 5, he threw like all fucking 15 points, a +1, +2, +3, +4, and +5 into a fight with this guy that was absolutely going to cream him. No. You guys made it absolutely possible for him to walk in and go.
I got my good old cowboy tip in the hand.
There you go. Yes, awesome. Furthermore, the party will also receive a single advantage, or will be on Evandale call an urchin, receive an advantage that the entire party can use. So a level 5 hype train then gives everyone a pool of 5 that they can use, reroll, and take the highest. However, as I said, you don't need to spend bits. It's not necessary. You can support the channel in other ways. And that includes the introduction of NPCs in chat. Sometimes I'll turn die rolls over to you guys. And I'll give you instructions as to how to roll dice. And of course, there are also channel points. If you've been watching for a little bit, there's some channel points here that you can spend. And that includes healing heroes and zerking the circuits on someone else. Appleglass already started with the cheer. Thank you, buddy. There are ways that you can interact, and holy, we want you to do that. I try to keep my eye on the game as much as possible, but I will check in with chat, and if we have any mods, they may end up highlighting stuff for us, and you can also highlight with some channel points down below. Any questions from any of the players before I give a synopsis of the game?
Nope.
It's not a Dr. Throw. Why do you have to do that? Why?
I didn't know I was gonna get auto modded.
You got auto modded, buddy. You can't fucking do that.
You got nerfed.
You got nerfed.
It wasn't even that bad.
I know that, but we're still on Twitch, and they are our corporate masters, despite this game being all about bringing them all down.
I use medical terminology and everything.
Well, I mean, granted,
it's a well-crafted sentence.
It was. It absolutely was. Alrighty.
I didn't punctuate. Do you think that was the problem?
Yes.
Yes, that was absolutely it.
We have a linguist here.
Have you tried putting it through again with a period at the end?
No, don't, please. All right, anyhow. Matthias Thornton, for the very first...
You didn't let my message through?
Very first time. No, I denied it. The very first time chatting is throwing bits. All right, guys. So here's the rundown. Killasin City, better known as Kill City by its residents, is a massive, absolutely massive city. Of course, it is run by multiple corporations, like dozens of these things, each one vying for power over the citizenry and its consumer base, and so much more. Neon billboards or LED billboards exist everywhere. The tech is somewhere like a retro futuristic. You may find like 1980 references in here, or you may find absolute science fiction. But lording over it all is something an intergalactic empire known as the Syndicate. We don't ever really hear from them because they're so far out there. It just doesn't touch the common everyday person. This is a journey of the sinners, of Kill City sinners, who in their own way have come across some rather nefarious plans by a couple of individuals with names like Dr. Hazer. In this case, Dr. Hazer has been directly responsible for the death of the mother of one of the PCs. Kode, can you give us a little bit of background on Mama V and what happened? You're muted again.
So Mama V, as our figurehead, so to speak, for the sinners in certain points that come home after doing some corporate crimes, would usually take care of the crew as they go through whatever missions they have. Cook for them, add that human element that exists very rarely in these settings, and but she needed some things after living and working a very hard retired life from her corporate job, and had some augments that needed to be upgraded. And in a couple of opportunities to upgrade those augments so that she had a better quality of life, it turns out that you're not allowed to have happy endings and happy retirements. So those augments were retrieved in a very, very brutal fashion, which ended the life of Mama V.
And they were the party would, or rather, the sinners would then find out that it was the work of Mantle Corporation that had reclaimed these augmentations, and they had done so in, as Kevin had said, in a very brutal fashion. That began to put the sinners out on the path of this, and soon enough, however, they found out that ID theft is something that absolutely exists. Even a newcomer to the group, Zephyr, was subject to this. Zephyr, would you be able to give us a little bit of an idea of some of the stuff that you had to go through in order to reclaim identity? And I know that Kode was also involved in there, but also who you met during that time.
Sure. We got wind basically that a lot of personal data, our own data included, was going to be up for auction at a sort of secret invite only auction. And being the, criminal underground people that we are, we figured it wouldn't be the best idea in the world to just let that information get out there. So in infiltrating that auction, we met Andromeda, did manage to secure our data, and trying to think what else we did while I was having.
Well, you did a bunch of other stuff, but I've got it from there. And at that point, we then come on over to Stacie. Hey, Andromeda, there was a point there where you kind of helped Kode out back in the auction house, just as you guys were exiting. And there was another point where you had an interaction with Zephyr over here, and pseudo-violent one. What can you tell us about that, and where we're going to get into the incorporation of drama in the story shortly, so we're going to leave that off, leave that end part off. But where does Andromeda fit into this, and why would she be one? First of all, what are Andromeda's pronouns?
Pronouns. Andromeda uses she, they pronouns. Okay. So she or they works for her. Okay. She kind of fits in as like this external person, as a part of this like group of people who are kind of like Kode, who also don't have augmentations, who are like working to kind of collectively fight against the system. She was like at the auction doing her part, spending what few creds she has been able to scrounge up to try and free some people's data from these corporate scoundrels, when she bumped into Kode and Zephyr. And as she met with them, she kind of learned more about what their deal was and the stuff that they've been doing for the city and for the people, and kind of in a weird way became very endeared to them, and developed a bit of a connection specifically to Kode, another person who does not have augmentations. And at one point they were sharing blueprints for Kode's yo-yo, which she then used to incorporate into some stuff you'll see later. But she is now kind of like working with them and to give them information about things that might be popping up in the city, things that they can take advantage of to move the progress of people forward.
And throughout all of that, we've also met a host of NPCs, some which include Dietz, who is pretty much an apartment-dwelling, monitor-looking hacker who really dwells in the realm of a little bit of security, a lot when it comes down to surveillance, and dabbles more than most of the time in the procurement of, let's say, contraband, usually of the medical kind. His husband, Taylor, who is a no bullshit, shotgun-toting guy. We don't really know exactly what he does all the time, but he does act as kind of like a papa bear to the crew whenever they're around. always serving them tea, making sure that they have whatever it is that they need, including warm blankies when it's nice and comfy. We also come over to Shari, who is might as well just dwell in the Veil, which is this world's term for all of altered reality, which is so a part of every single character's life that it's kind of hard to tell the difference between the two on occasion. Shari very rarely has been seen outside of altered reality or the Veil, but when she does show up, it's usually a big fucking deal because she can manipulate the reality of others through the Veil. Lastly, we have a character by the name of Hacksaw, who was a simpleton to Mike's former character, who was Dr. Faustus. Dr. Faustus met an untimely end, but that is what characters of the Dying playbook do. Their augmentations, etc., will eventually take them over, causing them excruciating pain. Their bodies just simply cannot handle it anymore, and then we lost the good doctor. However, his assistant, Hacksaw, was then left behind to kind of fend for itself. An almost 8-foot tall behemoth. I mean, he's like 7'6" or something like that. I think every session he kind of grows by an inch or two.
Yeah, he's still growing.
Yeah, he's
like the Grinch.
He's a big boy. So he is a Grinch. However, he's always been kind-hearted. And when Mama V died and Dr. Faustus died, it was too much for him. And more recently, he went out, and the sinners then discovered Hacksaw left his apartment, abandoned everything, and started storming to the only to several possible locations where Dr. Hazer, who has been responsible for much of the angst in each of these characters' lives, heading over to Dr. Hazer in order to finish him off on behalf of the sinners once and for all, so Hazer cannot harm anyone. Unfortunately, the sinners did come across Hacksaw, and they found out he had been almost killed. Thanks to Haven, we now pick up on Haven's story. Tell us about Haven. Tell us about Hacksaw and how all of that went down.
Well, we spent a good amount of time looking for Hacksaw because he had torn off from the group looking for revenge. And we eventually found him in Shade City in an alleyway. And he
What is
was
Shade City, by the way? What is Shade City?
Shade City is a little kind of middle neighborhood in Callisto City. The reason it's called Shade City is because there's no electricity that's funneled there. So ironically, their motto is keep the lights on. And it's just a kind of like The Last of Us kind of hopeful motto. So we were off looking for him. He got beat up by the guy that Zephyr cut down, and was about to die. And we saved him. And yeah, we kind of gave him the validation and affirmation that he needed to feel okay about his choices. And then we went off on our way.
And Hacksaw then returned to his apartment so that he'd be able to heal up from all the wounds. Haven and several others here had really expended their energies, but also there was a slight sacrifice here. Actually, I can't quite call it a slight sacrifice. Hey, Zephyr, how's that wound feeling, and can you tell us the story behind it, that injury that still plagues you?
Oh, no, the injury's actually healed up now.
Ah.
Yeah, because of my sword, my object that I'm attached to, Zephyr threw himself on his blade while it was in Hacksaw's hands to sort of confer the healing powers that he gets from it to Hacksaw. The downside of that particular attachment is that I can't heal in other ways other than dealing harm to others, but that fight with the simulant in the street had me feeling right as rain afterward.
And then you did something to heal Hacksaw?
Yeah, I had
Did you just say that? And did I just disassociate? Did you just say that?
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, that's how it happened. I gave him the sword and kind of stabbed myself with it.
Yeah.
And basically told the sword that I would feed it whatever it wanted as long as it did for him what it would do for me.
And that is exactly where we now pick up. The sinners made their way thanks to various NPCs and the information gained within, in accordance with the information that the PCs have also found. They found their way into Shade City. Corporations, as a matter of punishment, cut off the entire grid from various locations within Killiston City, Shade City being one of them. When the PCs entered into this, some were expecting shadows everywhere. But the stalwart nature of the citizenry is such that people like Andromeda and Kode and others know how to get around. And so through generators or solar panels or jury-rigged objects, somehow, some way, manage to survive in the cyberpunk city of Killiston. Having said that, they've been tracking everything down to where they are now. A back alley street. We take you now to several figures just trying to survive. There are 55-gallon drums ablaze against the cool night air, hands being warmed over them. They don't have warming suits. They don't have energy, many of them, at least in this section of the city where the sinners now find themselves. And yet, despite the lack of power, we do find here and there cameras peering down on everything. From high above, massive bulletin boards strapped to the side of hovercraft, advertising the latest of everything, peer down even with their surveillance cameras, trying to get the read off of anyone's face who happens to look up, just so they know whether or not they can appreciate that kind of advertising, so that they can be targeted later. But it is through one of those cameras that we now focus down on our friends, the sinners, at least these three. Andromeda, not yet being identified to the party as being present here. We'll wait just a little bit, but we will be switching scenes in between. The sinners have entered into a back alley area, looking for Hazer's secret laboratory, as all information and clues so far have given you guys. Hazer, of course, is separated from Prodigy Corporation in order to form something known as Mantle, but its whereabouts not really seen. You guys have visited a couple of locations that could have been part of Mantle or absolutely were a part of Mantle in years past. And years, we're looking at the past 3 or so. This has been an ongoing project. And we also discovered what potentially that project was. Zephyr. To this day, the basement of that one particular building haunts you. Kode, you were there. What did you find?
There were several tables where experiments were had, where very, very certain that without the informed consent of those who participated, may have lost their very life in order to be a part of a project that interacted with Hazer's body jumping capabilities, whatever have you. At least that's the assumption that Kode has on the situation.
Zephyr, you also had some insight regarding the projects that Kode had described through comms. Would you be able to give us a little bit of your insight as to what Dr. Hazer might be up to?
If I remember correctly, Dr. Hazer's experiments were sort of amalgamating people into one sort of being. Basically putting as many consciousnesses in one being as they could, one shell. I think the kind of password code word that we found was Mantle 23 or Prodigy 23.
And
which I think we were taking to mean 23 people in one body.
I'm glad we mentioned that. Haven, there was a lot of emotion surrounding all of this. How were you, an empath, taking all of this in, including the loss of friends, the absolute harm and almost wreck of entire families and neighborhoods? How has this been affecting you, an empath who initially we met as someone who was almost detached, almost apathetic to the plights of others. How are you handling it all now?
Oh, not good. Not good. Haven, the death of Mama V was still really hard for her as well, because that's somebody she also spent a lot of years getting to know and rely on. I think Haven was getting used to trying out being empathetic, like an empathetic empath, and then all that shit went down, and she was like, it couldn't have been better timing. So she's not handling it very well. But I think because everybody else is sort of, there's a little bit of frustration within the party, not necessarily at each other, but at circumstances, that it's kind of keeping her head screwed on well enough, at least to see them through this mission.
Okay. So we now find ourselves in that back alley area, viewing everything through the lens of a PC or through one of the many intrusive cameras within Callisto City. The back alley itself, very visible. In the shadowed recesses of this part of the town, you find yourselves winding through narrow concrete labyrinths. A harsh neon glow from adjacent sectors barely penetrates here, making shadows dance eerily on damp, crumbling walls. Each footstep echoes with a hollow uncertainty swallowed up by silent alleyways. The sharp contrast of your high-tech gear against the ragged backdrop feels surreal, a jarring clash of epics of technology. Residents shuffle in the periphery, their lives etched onto their worn faces, hardened by years of living outside of the system. Tattered clothing hangs loosely on thin frames as they move about with an almost phantom-like grace around piles of old tech refuse. Their eyes reflect a weary acceptance of life in this grim sanctuary. Yet amongst them all, sometimes those from outside of Shade City make their way in, collecting, bargaining, and caring for some. Tonight we happen to see one, a security camera doing its dutiful scan of city streets unbeknownst to those within, or at least to those who are a little bit wary. We see Andromeda carrying out whatever missions or duties happen to be required. Shade City is a place where dirty dealings can be had, but also so can the most honest of bargains. After all, this is about survival. If there's anyone in the city who knows how to do it, it's the people just like Andromeda. Andromeda, how do you view Callisto City, and how do you view parts of it like Shade City, where supposedly it's been a punishment for the denizens?
Andromeda is a person who is full of hatred and anger for this place. She is just bubbling with perpetual fury over the absolute atrocities that happen to the people around her. She is sick and tired of seeing all of this destruction that happens on the day-to-day. And in Shade City in particular, she kind of has some like mixed emotions. Here she feels very powerful, very in her element as someone without augmentations. This feels more natural in more ways than other places in the city. But in other places and at other times, that really harsh sting of reality like hits her soul and makes her even more spiteful and surges her anger forward even more, seeing just how harsh it can be for the people around her, and drives her to do more for the cause.
What would we find Andromeda doing? What are you doing right now in Shade City? Is there anything in particular that you happen to be collecting? Or what activities to the outside observer might they witness?
Yeah, so Andromeda, her jam is like a job. She doesn't have a normal job. She is a scavenger, and so she is constantly going around finding and scrapping whatever tech she can find, incorporating it into her Omni tool that she uses to build like off-brand augmentations and cybernetics for other people, making sure that they have what they need, but independent of corporations. So right here in Shade City right now, she is digging through garbage and dumpsters, looking through like old buildings, scrounging up whatever she can find, and sort of like piecing things together, gathering stuff to take back to her hovel to piece together in quiet respite without the cameras watching her.
While you do that, of course, you will very often, or sometimes if you're lucky, you will come across rare technology, things that may have been discarded simply because no one knows how to use it anymore. It'd be like a cassette player. What the hell is that thing, and how can we use it? But the electronics within inside, the gold within inside, the conductors, all the things inside, these things could mean something. And that's when you uncover something. At first, it may shock you, but then you realize it's probably nothing more than a latex mask. It looks like a face, stored for decades in a pile of garbage in a deep corner of an alley. You see something looking back at you before your senses come to bear. It is a face, and there is a structure underneath it, a crude mechanical structure. It looks to be about 30 years old or so, and has completely given way to the elements. What do you do with it?
First, I would like to use one of my moves. I would like to use my Things Speak. So when you handle or examine an object of particular interest to you, I get to answer certain questions answered about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's. How are you feeling about this find?
Good question. I think on like today in particular, I mean, that fury and that anger is always like bubbling underneath her, but I would say she's had a pretty successful day today. So I think she's feeling kind of powerful, like on her game, like, and is so very curious about what this has to offer that she is just like enraptured with it.
That's awesome. All right. Well, then roll powerful, and let's see what you got.
Oh, that's a 5.
That's a total of 5. Yeah, all right. So you have a +1 on powerful. There
We
is.
had a hype train.
Do we really?
We did. Yeah, we got a level 1 or level 1. So you can add. Oh, it'll still be a fail. Never mind.
Yeah, it'll still be a fail. I don't get any points or
Reroll it.
Well, hold on. Yeah, that's right. We do have that. The crew does have the ability, or excuse me, the chat may have given you a +1, but they also gave you that one advantage.
I offer it freely from my end.
Yeah, go for it.
Big risk. Get
Guys,
it, homie.
So wow, so we hit a level 1.
Yeah.
Oh shit! It was the one time I was not paying damn attention. I am so sorry, guys. Thank you. Hold on, let me mark that down. Congrats.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh yeah, appreciate it, y'all.
Alrighty. Donald just shared 500 bits. Holy shit.
Dom too. Tobias too.
Donald's
Throwing bits out there.
Donald's already ready. All right.
y'all are so sweet.
You do
Okay,
have
so
that.
reroll that powerful.
Do you want to use it?
If they're offering, I feel like this could be advantageous.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Do it.
There you go.
Okay, that's a 10.
That's
There you
a
go.
10. All right, now we're talking. So you get to ask 3 questions.
I do.
Well, before you do, you hear something. You pick it up in your hand. How do you activate this otherwise dead and powerless object?
So using her Omni tool actually looks kind of like a Swiss Army yo-yo, one could say. So Kode gave her some schematics, and she used her one 3D printer that her community has, and like printed it, and that has just compiled things into it. And so she flicks out the solar panel part of the Omni tool that helps to like generate energy, and then takes out one of the cords and finds a way to kind of like jolt this thing through that energy cord.
Fantastic. When you do, it wakens up with a quick spark, a plume of smoke, and then you hear... Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was. Okay.
It sounded like 3 bursts of static.
Okay. All right. The first question I want answered with my things speak is, are you sentient?
It comes back. You kind of get the idea that it is responding to an inquiry rather than it deciding to answer.
Okay. All right. So that answers my first question. I think my second question is going to be, what's wrong with this and how might I fix it?
Again, you hear... And the feeling that you get is that there are definitely some corrupt components there. Mm-hmm. But the more that you take a look at it, you realize that this is older tech that has been completely discarded, but not by any citizen. This is the head of a 20 or 30-year-old simulant, which would put it at the burgeoning entrance of them into society as sentinels and super soldiers and other things like that. Complete androids that initially were only out there to follow the command of the Syndicate, that overarching umbrella organization that controls everything. So what it might be doing here, kind of curious. But how do you fix it? You probably need to get your hands on Syndicate tech, which not a lot of people have access to, including the corporations themselves.
I've been rocking my jam for a while, and if you want me to like roll for it, we can. But can I, like, how much Syndicate or Syndicate adjacent tech might I have gathered?
Oh, that's a really good question. Oh shit, that's a really good question. You know what? We're gonna leave that. We're gonna go ahead. What do you got?
I was gonna say there's currently a big pile of Syndicate adjacent tech rusting in the street.
There really is, actually. Yeah. Yeah, but it's on a different street somewhere. That's the only problem. I mean, the Zephyr did a nice job against one of these things. We're gonna say that you have access to it enough that you can find an old power core and maybe some replacement chips. You recognize some of the chips as once you didn't know what they were, but as you kind of peel the latex face flap off and then you kind of look underneath and kind of turn it all around, take the back of the cranium off and you kind of peer inside, you do recognize some parts that you have back at the shop.
Okay, perfect. All right, I think that answers my second question, and I got one more.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, so many good questions. I think my next question is, who handled this before me?
Again, you hear. So at no point in time has it ever answered your question. Instead, you begin finding out a little bit more about it as you dig deeper into it. And as you do, you see something that looks like a corporate logo. Now, you know that this is Syndicate technology, but often the Syndicate will do business through one of the other many corporations within any of its cities, on any of its planets, in any of its 3 fucking galaxies.
Right.
So this far down, this little thing living on a marble floating haphazardly through space somewhere? Yeah, you recognize it. It's a logo for Prodigy Technologies, or Prodigy Corp. And you know that Dr. Hazer, at around this time, was an up-and-coming scientist, a research scientist within Prodigy, before he broke off to form Mantle recently, within the past couple of years.
Okay. And I would know who Dr. Hazer is and like what his maybe not all of what like the rest of them know, but I know that he is a suspicious figure that I do not like.
Hey crew, have the sinners ever told Andromeda about Dr. Hazer?
Not once for me.
Did we talk about it a little bit at the diner at Stu's?
Yeah, I was gonna say we had the dinner.
It was, but
meeting.
there was no information about it from me because I was seeing hot.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a really sus conversation on all sides, so I don't think there was anything like any like crazy intelligence being shared.
If I remember correctly, Zephyr was kind of feeling very apologetic for the confrontational nature that he took with things, and was
yes,
kind of
and I was
offering up.
scarfing down bergs.
Yeah, he was kind of offering up some information. It's possible he might have mentioned the name.
I think if you gleaned anything at all, it's that we have a vested interest in Dr. Hazer.
Okay. Yeah. If just knowing that they have a particular interest in this guy and that this is like a piece of tech that he probably personally handled at some point, I would definitely pocket it.
You got it. You absolutely do. Well, there is at some point, however, that like the events of the city, which continues to grind on despite the citizens' best efforts, there's a scream. It comes from across the street. You happen to be in an alleyway, and across that street, you'd see a woman who is now run out of her tenement and is like looking around frantically. The doorway then bursts open with 4 other adults coming out as well, and all of them looking around, some tapping each other on the shoulders and anxiously pointing in various directions, and those individuals then follow that direction and start going around, and they start calling out names.
Do I recognize any of these names?
You don't recognize the names, but you do recognize what they're doing. Shade City has had people stolen from underneath the nose of family and community members, kidnapped, usually in the dark of night, sometimes by somebody that they see that moves a little bit stiff, other times by people that seem hypnotized or under some sort of delusion or drug or something.
Okay. I think at this point, when Andromeda hears this, she definitely does get just knowing what the situation is, her anger kind of starts to bubble up a little bit more, and she starts to get really mad. But she knows that this might be an advantageous moment, and so she'll step away from this dumpster after having pocketed this tech.
Yep.
And I think she'll try to scope out the scene, and she's not worried about the people. There's like nothing that she can do for the people, at least the way she sees it. But she is going to look to the sky, look to the streets, see what might be on the fringes of like escaping her gaze, like running off of like what initially caused this scene.
As you try to gather information, your gaze peers up into the sky, and yet it's another advertisement floating high above you, casting a neon glow upon the city streets and awkward shadows that dance with that display. The same cameras that are on that, trying to gauge your reaction. What is your reaction, by the way, to seeing that inhospitable, always present advertisement even over a portion of the city where no one has creds?
I think Andromeda, again just filled with fury. You can see it on like the brows of her face. It just kind of like contorts in this anger, but the rest of her face kind of remains stoic. She's maybe not be the best at controlling her emotions, and she's not perfect at controlling her face and how it looks in these moments. So you can definitely tell she's like angry, but it is that like seething, hidden anger that just kind of, that it's more of the anger that you feel coming from someone rather than see on their face.
And it is that same hoverboard from above, or hover billboard, hover advert, sure. It's the same thing, that hover thing up top, looking down upon her and so many of the citizens who are now immune to such things, that we also find its cameras only several blocks away, now honing in on the sinners themselves. Back in that alleyway, the sinners have now entered it, and you can all hear somewhere a scream. Somewhere in the vicinity, someone cries out. You're very familiar with this. It's already happened several dozen times since you've been here. But nonetheless, you've come into this back alley area, being led here with the belief that somewhere here is a clue that leads to Dr. Hazer. I turn the world over to you.
All right. We have to hide under somewhere right now. We have to whatever's here, we have to get out of line of sight immediately. Do y'all have anything that's like can get y'all tracked? Because this is supposed to be a dead zone, and we got like 2 seconds to figure out what the fuck we doing.
I mean,
I got the chip. The arms are custom work. I don't think anybody's tracking them, but
I bet. Let's move. Let's move.
Yeah.
I understand the urgency, but like we're still in Shade City. We've still got a little bit of neutrality here.
Yo, how did that thing track us even though we in Shade City?
We answered the phone call on the pay phone.
Yeah, we sure did. That means that they got something.
I mean, even without electricity, word gets around pretty quick in Shade City, you know.
Not only that means that they got a system that works even in Shade City to fuck everybody who ain't part of it.
A payphone system?
Whatever the fuck it is.
I mean, I guess it sounds a little bit like rudimentary, but I don't think, I think that might have been a one-off. I don't think this community really wants Prodigy 23 here, whatever that means.
I
right?
doubt if we explain the full measure of what it meant, they would want it here, but unfortunately you don't get the full measure of these things. You get told, hey, do you want your drinking water turned back on? And you say, yeah. You don't consider, hey, do you want killer robots patrolling your streets? That's in the same signature. I
mean, but we're hearing...
You can't even read.
But we're hearing screams, right? Like, you guys hear that too? I don't think they don't want to be here. Like, that's not something... We should
see what's going on with that.
I see somebody over at the end. Is that...
Several individuals look out, clothing hanging off of their thin frames. They're simply here because circumstance has put them here, or they were at least clever enough to find shelter against the acidic rain of the city. Most of them don't even care or acknowledge that you are here.
I just want to say I rolled well on my sword being evil today, so you only get to hold one to compel me to bloodshed.
On that, your object, you kind of get the sense, you're attuned to it, you get it. You can read it to some degree. It seems to be holding onto it for a more advantageous moment. The last discussion you two had tried to have you steer it back under your control, and of course, From its perspective, it didn't exactly want that, but it capitulated. This time, it seems to be holding on to it, so you are continually in its debt.
Yeah, and I think with that being said, because you only have the one hold, but the hunger on the object is pretty high at the moment, I think Zephyr is not walking with the usual, like, cowboy swagger.
Mm-hmm.
It is, like, the sort of, like, straight-backed, like, left hand on the hilt of the sword.
What is the hunger rating right now?
It's a 3 at the moment.
So one more, and you have a -1 to all your rolls, don't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And don't worry, I got roleplay ready for that if it happens.
This is your object, my friend. Take it over. I'll let you know if it needs to intercede. Oh, and it will. And you get that oppressive feeling. You get that manipulative feeling. You understand that it is a little bit on the sadistic side. But is it sadism drawn from purpose, or is it sadism because it has a need that must be fulfilled and it is uncaring in how it exacts that? Whatever the case, you two or you three are moving through these alleys, and well, here you are.
All right, Zephyr. I don't think I need to say anything, but for just accountability and transparency, I'm gonna say it. There's a guy up there. Please, and then Haven bends down towards his sword. Please don't kill this guy.
Zephyr,
I mean, we're not gonna start nothing.
Oh, okay. I don't know if we should be asking him anything about Mantle. We have not been able to find a legit Mantle location since we've come here.
I think as Haven is deliberating, Zephyr kind of just like whistles up to the guy on the balcony, just like a cowboy horse whistle, and goes, "Hey fella, you seen any doctors come by here?"
Hazy eyes look up, bloodshot from whatever happens to be altering his consciousness. A disassociated look and a 1,000-yard stare completely remove him from any conversation you try to invoke him.
Hell, I don't think that fella even knows he's here.
What about you? I'll shout to the guy in front of us.
That one nervously looks up, and a twitch overtakes him. He looks back down in almost embarrassment.
It's all right. It's all right. We've all had those days.
Yeah.
You good?
Haven, how are you feeling right now, and what are you exuding as far as emotions?
I think I'm probably a little bit frustrated, so about to be mad. We've been looking for any sort of signs of life in any Mantle Corp building and have not been able to find it. So I think she's starting to get on her last nerve, but people are people, so she's going to give them the benefit of the doubt for now.
So with that, when you ask him, he senses the detached nature of the question, but nonetheless the question was asked, and eyes that have been cast downward in dejection looks up for acceptance. And you can see a look of help come across his face.
What's going on, friend?
As you step closer, he has a nervous look about him. And the nervousness increases into full-blown anxiety, and you can see a twitch begin to overtake him.
It's all right. I'll take a little bit of a step back.
As you step back, he seems to relax just a little bit.
I gotta join Haven and hold my hands up and go, "Buddy, I promise you that we are trying to just keep the lights on here. We're not looking to exploit nobody here. When I ask after this doctor, it is for the mutual benefit of the community."
He looks over to you, and then his head shoots off to his right. Kode, it looks like, according to the map anyway, that you have gone up onto that level, climbing and scaling until finally you're up there. He looks over and sees Kode. Kode, what are you exuding? What does he see?
Cautiousness. One of the things that Cody is right now is kind of on edge. After having to get over the situation of what looked like a simulant squaring up with one of the only people that could in fact square up with a simulant, and running this way and not knowing if he was successful built a lot of stress in Cody. So he's going to basically run up and survey the area as best he can, because this is a new area to him, and he's now like just cautious. Whatever the guy who's looking at him is doing, he really doesn't care unless he poses the threat.
So when you say run up, you climbed up that makeshift. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Not a problem. He looks over at you and begins to recede a little bit further into the shadows, away from Haven's beckoning.
We're looking for a friend, someone who's been taken. I'm gonna look at the other two, like, we're listening to people screaming, and we know this project has happened against people's will. We're just looking for a friend. He's really hung up about it. It's okay.
There's a lot of people that are missing.
Yeah.
We want to make that stop.
He tells more through his gaze in one particular direction than any of his words do. And he looks, at least on the map, straight down south, where he can see an open doorway at the top of some stairs.
Is there someone there you're waiting for, or is that of interest to us? Is that where we should be going?
He shakes his head violently and then begins to move back down the way, walking backwards, so he is not trapped by anybody anymore. You get a sense of history with this area across his face, and things that have happened in this area that are not welcome to the average human mind.
Okay, friend.
Seeing him back off, I gotta just tip my hat in his direction and go, right, friend, And I think Zephyr kind of realizes how anxious this guy is and decides that his personal sort of secrecy and keeping things personal isn't quite as important as making sure this guy doesn't go run off screaming and alert anybody to our presence. And he gives him like a traditional like Shade City goodbye, he's like, stick to the shadows, buddy.
Hold on, Cody. Don't go. Come back. I'm gonna hold up my hand up. Come down this way. He's gonna get too freaked out. I don't want him to fuck you up.
Why are we worried about something like that? We have something to find right now. You know what? Nah. It's all this fucking color shit that's fucking with me right now. So I'm a follow your lead.
Upon saying looking for something to find, Zephyr and Haven, you do recognize that he did stare straight down to the south. Now,
I'm like, right, listen, Cody, we're not gonna get anything from scaring this fella. We're gonna let him take us a few paces back, and then we're gonna head off south. He seemed to be doing his best to tell us that we should be looking over there.
South, an open doorway, an unused air conditioner adjacent to it. Looks like it could have been a building or an entryway. Double doors lie beyond, glass completely shattered.
All right, let's I guess we can only go this way. I don't know where else to go, and that's the best lead we got.
As you ascend the steps, we begin looking again through the dirtied lens of Well, a security camera several buildings away, but everything in the immediate area of the centers is low enough where even they are captured, including the entire conversation that had just transpired. This same camera now panning across several alleys. We find our scavenger, Andromeda, once again, doing business. Andromeda, you taking a look around determine that the family is one of dozens in this area who have unfortunately fell victim to these night predators. They come in, they take, and they leave indiscriminately. You've managed to gather during this time a little bit more information. Sometimes it also occurs during the day, and these are humans, just fellow people just like you, who, hoodies up and masks on, sometimes chanting something as if to remind them of their place in society, as they will undergo any length whatsoever to secure their target. Even Shade City is not free of the depredations of the corporations and the people paid by them out of necessity to live off of the very dependencies that these corporations have created. With that information, and unfortunately not much else, where do we find Andromeda?
Seeing kind of just more people gathering, mourning together, of this loss that they've just realized they've had. Andromeda will take advantage of the situation, and they will start passing out business cards. And I mean, like, actual paper ass business cards. Don't ask where she got the paper. You don't want to know. But on these cards, it says corpo free augmentations, and then it's got the name of a secure location, and she'll pass these cards out to pretty much anyone who will take them, but she does it as like sneakily as she can, you know, behind the back, under the arm, in a handshake, on like grasping someone's shoulder, slipping it into their coat pocket. Like there's nothing that she can do to like make these people feel better, but she's got her own plans in mind, and so she's gonna take advantage of just the amount of people here, some of the movement, and she's just gonna kind of move through the streets. When she sees like an alleyway, a potential like scavenging area, she'll go and duck in one of those and maybe scavenge a bit, but otherwise spreading legit business cards to the people.
So, spreading out the information, some are met with an absolute hesitance, others are met with a revile. They want nothing to do with the augmentations that have blinded people to the realities of life they claim, a claim that you certainly understand. Others welcoming and silently acknowledging that this kind of a thing would give them a leg up in society, and perhaps, if not to create a slightly more advantageous position for themselves in that society, then at least be able to use it against those that would keep them down. Your scavenging through the various alleyways has in fact led you to one particular place. It is a back alley area, you certainly know of it. And now you will find yourself in Foundry.
Okay.
We return to the sinners, who have already begun to approach a building. Now, as you can see here on the map, there's an individual by a 55-gallon drum on this concrete stoop amidst the cool night air. That, an old man, is huddled over a rusting 55-gallon drum, a gaunt silhouette flickering in the firelight. His back is towards you, the lines on his threadbare coat stark against the sparkling flames. His stance radiates a quiet solitude, seemingly oblivious to the gaze of the distant surveillance cameras dotting the cityscape, let alone yours.
I kind of approach him, and as I walk up, I go, "Hey there, old timer. Mind if we share your fire for a minute?"
He turns around. Hold on, we have a lot of noise coming in from something or someone. He turns around, but the manner in which he turns, his feet stay stable and his entire torso rotates to face you. His eyes, a dull light blue, and you hear him humming a tune, but it seems odd. He opens his mouth and static comes pouring out. You see his hands are still over the fire, which should be igniting by now, but his head is 180 degrees to them.
Yeah, so I kind of take a step back and go, "Yeah, right then. We'll find a different drum."
Do I hear this from where I'm at?
You heard exactly that. It was in the distance, some 60, 50 or so feet away, but nonetheless, yes, you did hear it. In fact, you were 65 feet away.
Okay. Andromeda's gonna quickly and quietly sneak kind of down over here. Maybe if she can gain a little bit of cover, to see what's going on. She doesn't quite have the boldness to like step out and face it, but like they recognize this sound and are like tuned in.
Absolutely. Now, the wall directly in front of her is about 15 feet tall, so you're going to have to scale that if you plan on crossing it. However, Zephyr, for a brief moment, your senses picked up on the presence of someone moving quickly through the alley, though where is difficult to tell. These concrete walls do well to cause echo.
Yeah, that guy to like go from like the cautiously backing away to like the kind of like ready stance, like hand on the sword, and I go, "You got friends in that alley, old timer?"
It turns around and its mouth, its lips moving in a disjointed fashion to the sound that continues to come out. At that point, the rest of its body, independent of its head and of its waist, then turn around. Its arms now looking, well, its fingers now pointing directly at you. Its legs then turn in a rather human fashion, also independent of its body. And then a thin, slick blade, adorned with nothing more than an electrical spark, comes out from over its hand, and it lowers them to its side, completely relaxed. Its head tilts for a moment, and then it takes a step forward.
No, we're all right, Zephyr. We're not going to ask this guy any more questions.
Nope. With you.
Time to leave.
Is there some detritus in this area that I can stand on to peek over the wall?
Unfortunately, in the area in which you are, there's not a lot there. As you can see, there are some boxes and whatever. However, look down towards the end of the alley, and you might find, like right around here, there's a ladder that goes up.
Okay. They're gonna climb it.
Go ahead, make your move. Describe it. I want to hear the trepidation, if any exists, plus any emotions that might be present.
Yeah, in this moment, I think Andromeda is feeling definitely like bewildered and like confused. Definitely feeling kind of like scared in this moment. Like she just picked up one of these motherfuckers in the trash, and now there's something that's actively making the same sound. Her curiosity is like taking her over and propelling her body forward, but like her heart is racing, her hands are sweaty as she's like climbing the ladder. She really has to like think about her grip as she is moving rung by rung to climb up so she can get up where she needs to, because she's just like sweaty and nervous, so she's doing her best to propel herself forward, but her nerves are unfortunately getting the best of her, which makes her kind of frustrated.
Go ahead.
She does not like feeling this way.
Go ahead and make your move.
Okay. So that would be scared, I believe.
No. You don't have
Oh.
to. There's no die rolls that are necessary. Go ahead and climb the ladder.
Sorry.
Quite all right.
Yeah, so she'll come up here and peer over the edge at what's at the goings on below.
That is when you recognize some of the individuals, or at least the top of the hat of Zephyr down below. Once again, now Zephyr, this thing begins to take another step closer to you, opens its mouth, again, its lips moving in a completely unsynchronized fashion with the noise it makes.
So I kind of look at the doorway to the south and go, all right, Haven, Cody, head on in. And I draw my sword and kind of like ready stance up, but like sort of like chest still heaving from the fight that he just had out on the street. It wasn't that long ago.
Very well. As soon as Haven then follows his direction and enters into the double doors beyond, or at least enters into the vestibule, which is where you are. No one has gone through the double doors just yet. Cody, I can see that you are now coming up those stairs. This thing looking at you does not seem pleased. It lifts its 1 foot up in an awkward twitching fashion. Everyone here is now completely engaged in the scene. Andromeda, you can of course make your presence known whenever it is that you wish, but in the meantime, its hand now outstretched, its fingertips, 2 of them fall off on hinges, and then
as soon as that happens, I dash forward and cut at the leg that it was raising, kind of like awkward, or sorry, if it was raising one leg, I hack at the other one.
No worries. Do you feel that you happen to have the upper hand in this case?
I feel like we're kind of on. You know what? Actually, I will say with my my object, I do have the tag Quick Draw on it. I feel like this is exactly the kind of thing that tag is designed for.
You know what? I will give that to you because I don't think it was anticipating that kind of a thing. So that is going to be a +1 forward for you. Do you feel that you are better trained than that thing?
No, it's programmed for this.
And lastly, does your sword, your object, provide you any distinct advantage over it?
I mean, I would say yeah. It's armor piercing. This thing is metal.
You also note that its blade is most likely the same.
Thank you. That's true. I mean, does Zephyr feel that it gives him an advantage? Yeah, he just cut down a simulant in the street. But does it actually?
Probably not. And
they're probably about on equal footing on everything other than...
Very well. I'm going to give you a +1 forward on that. Haven, go ahead.
Haven, noticing that she's been real keen on keeping an eye on Zephyr. As soon as she notices that he's about to draw his weapon, she's going to sidle up beside him. When he does draw, she's going to charge his object with charge object.
Describe the effects and everything involved.
So, Haven's
make your move.
A little bit distrusting, not of Zephyr, but of what the influences of the object. She still hasn't quite figured out yet. So as she's paying attention to him, she's kind of keeping very cognizant of his hand placement. As soon as it goes to his hilt and it starts to come up, she moves behind him and just kind of touches it without him asking, consenting, or knowing. And she's going to touch the hilt of his object and charge it. And she's feeling very fucking powerful about that.
Give me a roll.
And that is a 7. So what happens is I get to add +1 for each flow I choose to consume, which is going to be 1 flow. And on a hit, when someone touches the object, the charge dissipates and I get to choose one. I'm going to choose hinder. So it's going to hinder the guy, the simulant. So whatever, it's just a boost. Also on a 7 to 9, I ingrain a part of myself within the charge that I did not intend to. A memory, an emotion, or a secret, and you get to choose which.
You remember your fallen comrade Hacksaw. He was there in the alley, bleeding, minutes away from death, his heartbeat slowing against his body's will. So much blood loss down onto the ground. You managed to come along, and you recall that. The same kind of punishment that Zephyr might undergo if he faces off against this thing. You are filled with sadness.
All right, cool.
In this moment, I probably see this like initial instance go down.
All of this is happening all at the same time if you choose
This is all
it. So
happening
yeah,
at the same time.
yeah.
I think Andromeda's gonna take like a beat, and then I specifically want to use another one of my abilities. I want to use Wrench in the Gears as I'm peering on this situation, taking it all in. When you analyze someone with mechanical or cybernetic systems, you may ask, how is this vulnerable to me, for free? So I want to look at this simulant and try and find its weakness.
All right, so analyze itself is a basic move. So you, how are you feeling about this whole thing? Like, what are you getting out of it?
Yeah, I think seeing this thing move and seeing these people that they know in this situation, and kind of just like the fact that this is like conflict and like pretty imminent conflict is definitely nerve-wracking, and I think she's definitely feeling kind of scared in this moment.
All right then, if you don't mind, may I have a roll of that state?
Yes, absolutely, you may. That's a 7.
It's a 7, so you get to ask 2 questions as part of the analyze move. What's your best way in, out, or past this place? How vulnerable is this to me? That's essentially what you're asking at this point, right?
Yeah, I get that for free with my analyze.
So so you're going to ask that, but then you get these 2. Which enemy is the biggest threat? Well, that thing is. So you already know that. Which, if anything, appears out of place? It's kind of obvious. What's your enemy's true position? Now, this can be however you determine the definition of position. And is this going to get worse before it gets better?
Okay. I think I'll ask, of course, the vulnerability question, and then what is this thing's position? Specifically, position more like relationship. So based on like what I scrounged up, how is this thing related?
So, all right, we're going to address those 2. I'm going to ask you to repeat that. How is it vulnerable to you? First off, it doesn't know that you're there. That's a clearly obvious one. Number 2, it seems to be antiquated technology.
Okay.
So it may not have all the more recent updated systems, in which case then this is going to attempt to win through brute force and following rote code written into it. Nothing more.
Okay.
So it probably has a disadvantage on several other things, including being able to detect things behind it, etc.
Right.
What were your other 2 questions?
The other one was, what is its position?
Let me put it to you this way. You, in your experience and in looking through garbage heaps, etc., may have come across these types of things once or twice, and when asking questions about it, it seems to be more of a sentinel. Its position is to protect. Strictly to protect. That's it. What's your last question?
That being the case, I guess I'll ask if this will get worse before it gets better.
It's there for a reason.
Okay.
There's not a chance in hell this kind of a unit, complete and fully operational, would simply be wandering around the streets, particularly because it follows the exact instructions given to it. How did it get here? Someone put it here. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Yeah, this thing is a harbinger of things to come.
Okay. With that, I guess I just have one last question for you, and that is, how tall is this building?
You'd be able to jump down. It's about an 8-foot drop.
Okay.
Down into the area where the sinners are.
All right. I'm gonna wait and see what happens.
Okay. All right. Since Powered by the Apocalypse is an opportunistic thing, it begins to move forward. However, Zephyr, you first stated that you were coming up close to it. Let's have you make your move.
Yeah. So you said you wanted to move away from using neutralize for combat and wanted to use duel instead, right?
You can use duel, yeah. In which case, then you have a +1 forward. So go ahead and make your roll and add 1 to it, and then whatever the boost is off of Haven.
It's a 1 hold, so it's not a forward.
Okay, cool.
So with the +1, that's an 8.
So a total of 8. You are both going to generate 2 hold. So through that, do you want to inflict harm? Do you want to block harm? In other words, do you want to deflect against what it's about to do to you? Deflect all harm, it hasn't done anything yet. Or do you want to force a change of location or use your environment to your advantage, which will generate a hold in the next bout?
So I get 2?
Yep, you got 2 hold.
I think I want to inflict harm and use the environment to my advantage.
You can have
specifically being
okay.
Huh?
You can have 2 inflict harms. You can use them both on that if you want. By the way.
Oh, never mind then. I'm gonna inflict harm twice.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. You can do. Yeah, you have 2 harm. That's not a problem.
For both of these, actually no. For only the first one, I'm gonna use my my object's special thing.
Okay. Describe it.
To deal an additional harm, but also increase the object's hunger by 1, putting it up to 4.
Which is going to give you a -1 on everything else after that point.
Yes, I know.
Okay, all right. I'm just reminding you politely.
I know. So it's a total of 5 harm coming in from me.
You got it. Describe your first attack.
So I think.
And are you moving up, by the way?
Oh yeah. Oh, I just tried to click on Discord instead of Foundry. I'm smart. So, stepping in, I think the first slash is like any sort of thought of like the tactical, like, oh, I'll hack his leg out and then we can run from this, is gone as soon as he's within striking range. And it is like 1 strike like up from hip to shoulder and then like pivoted around and the other down from shoulder to hip. Okay.
He is going to use his harm, and you immediately see that blade come out in a, like, it just simply rotate. It's starting here at this point. The blade then came out. As soon as you made your move, the hand went and completely swiped away your sword, blocking all that harm.
And I think Zephyr kind of like samurai movie like style like slides through to the other side. And looking back, the whole like cowboy aesthetic that was going on is like in sort of like cascading like glitching squares falling away, and now it is like a like samurai robe with like the menpo like half mask as he's like just in the full on like samurai like ready stance facing this thing.
Okay. So you come back into a stance. Do you want to inflict harm with your second move?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would just be 2 harm.
Okay. You end up getting a strike into it, but it's also going to use the harm that you gave it and coming through as well, rotating its wrist underhand. Describe where you managed to pierce the blade.
I think it's sort of like a like draw and thrust into sort of like where a like collarbone would be on a human.
Sure. How much damage? How much harm does your blade do?
My blade is 2 harm, armor piercing.
It is armor piercing. You managed to find that one little area right under the clavicle. You managed to get in there between 2 metal plates, very clearly underneath whatever shabby clothing it is also wearing. Somehow, some way you do it, and as soon as the tip hits, you feel the metal You guide it over just in that last millisecond of adjustment and pop that thing in, bypassing any of its armor and then giving 2 harm to it. However, it also steps into it, causing your blade to run all the way through it and comes in as well. You hear it bleeds right into your body for a total of 2 harm plasma.
I'd like to stab it in the back with my particle blade.
You are not in its back.
I'm about to be.
Now you are.
I like tell Cody, like I like not tell him, but I like gesture to him to like get away because he's squishy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna run up and with my whip out my particle blade, spin it in my hand a little bit, and then like dig it into his back while he's distracted with Zephyr.
Not a problem. Do you feel that you have the upper hand here?
Yeah, because his back is to me and he's focused on Zephyr.
That's fantastic. Are you better trained than this thing? Can it detect that you're coming up on it?
I don't think I've had enough experience with simulants to know that.
Okay, and does your equipment allow you a greater advantage over this?
It's a particle blade, so it definitely cuts through machinery really well.
Is it armor piercing?
I don't know if that's an option I was able to take.
It is?
When I created it on my character sheet, but it is thermal, so I'm gonna say we'll find out.
All right, so we're going to say it doesn't offer you any particular advantage, so you do get a +1 forward. So go ahead, roll your dice, add 1.
Okay, I'm gonna do. Is it just flat or is there a feeling?
Oh no, absolutely. There's always a state. Yeah, and
All right.
Describe how you're feeling about it. Make your roll.
It'll be because I'm feeling like I have a little bit of the upper hand. I'm gonna go with powerful.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's a 8 + 1 is a 9.
Alrighty, so you
You have a
generate.
+1 from the hype trade if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to use that too for a 10. Give me that success.
There you go. That's going to give you 3 hold, and it's going to generate 1 for it. How do you want to spend your 3? And congrats. Thank you for the hype train for that.
Thank you.
Guys got 1?
I don't remember where's the notes for the
Yeah, sure.
holds?
So this is easy. You get to inflict if it's in the middle of attacking you, and you can already tell that an arm is about to swivel around and do something to you. You can use that to block an incoming attack. If you have 2 harm, then you can spend these at any time. You don't have to spend them right now. If you have 2 harm, then you can block all of the attacks that is coming from, or deflect all harm from a single attack. Or for 1 harm, or excuse me, for 1 hold, you can also force a change of location or use the environment to an advantage.
We're gonna go with fuck it. I'm gonna do a change of location. I know that he's flanked, but I want his back near the wall there. So I'm gonna kind of, as I take the knife into his back, I'm gonna kind of like double hand it and fling him to the left. And then so we kind of like with the sword in his front and the knife in his back, we sort of like toss him against the wall. So he's got nowhere to go behind him.
Oh, that's fucking fantastic. It's now going to spend its hold. It's turning around, or rather its head goes and flips around. In some cases, I wish this was D&D, because that kind of flip around, Zephyr, I would totally give you like an attack of opportunity. But either way, it just goes, it notes that.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can I use my last hold to give him a hold for an attack of opportunity?
No.
I thought we were just gonna make it up as we went.
No. It's totally cool. But describe it. Describe that again. And by the way, this is a game of opportunity. Interruption is part of it. Please don't ever interrupt for playing the game, or apologize for playing the game.
Okay. Describe how the move I just did on him.
Yeah, it's a game of opportunity. So yeah, what were you gonna do as it went? It's gonna carry out its action, but
that was just, it wasn't really anything. But I guess if I'm gonna use my last hold, I will kind of like I think as I flung him against the wall, I would like to cause 1 harm by pulling. I have both hands on the knife. I'm going to pull towards me to sort of like fillet him a little bit. So cut through his shoulder.
Okay,
I want to try to cripple something that he's able to use.
Absolutely. So you, so one of your hold is to inflict harm. So minus armor. Your blade comes in. This is prior to any movement of him. Your blade comes in, and you can feel a skittering as the blade, the particle blade, kind of it comes in, makes contact with metal, and then skitters across of a metal plate. It seems like the armor has absorbed that harm. The second, you do have the ability to move across, or rather, to move it. So this would be 2 hold. In doing that, you managed to relocate it so its back is up against the building, as you requested. And what are you spending your 3rd hold on, or do you want to hold on to it?
Other building, if you don't mind, the one that Andromeda's on, and
Other building. How do you mean?
Wall. Move him to the other wall across.
Oh, yeah, sure. Over here.
Please, thank you. Yes, and my last hold, I'll do another harm.
Yeah, you got it, dude. Go ahead and describe that.
So as I pull the blade back, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to keep going around underneath his armpit and just like dig up into his joint right there into the wall. So kind of push him against it. And I'll just, however, I think I have one more harm.
That's
just
it.
Fucking harm all day.
That's all 3 of your hold. So you will inflict a harm in that manner. As it tries to, as it comes across with it's going to spend its hold. It comes out and there's a in the area. All you know is there was a stark white in your eyes for a brief moment. It's sent out into the area. It is close and it is completely indiscreet. You know everything that just happened. It just dropped down a shock pulse into the area. This is going to hit a 10-foot. I'm kind of curious where this is going to go. Kode, just along the wall on the left side of you, you can see any of the metal, like rebar and whatever in the concrete, kind of gets lit by a slight bluish like that, but you are completely unaffected. Zephyr, you're also going to get a shock pulse, and it's going to inflict 1 harm to both of you.
Okay.
Does it affect me at all?
You are, well, we have to take into account that you are immediately 8 foot up, 8 feet in the air.
Triangles.
So,
I was a math major for. Oh, never mind.
yeah,
It's
and
12
that's
feet away
11 feet. Yeah, exactly. So no.
Okay.
Oh man, you got me excited about triangles for a minute.
We were going to talk geometry and trigonometry.
Woo! When I see this pulse go out, and I see that this sentinel has been pushed against the wall, I want to drop down onto its noggin.
All right, describe your move. Let's find out what you have. Make it.
So in this moment, Andromeda can kind of see that that they're giving him the old 1-2 punch and doing a pretty damn good job from what she's seeing, but thinks that she can get a little bit of an advantage with a bit more up close and personal attack to it. So she's
I
going
assume
to...
that you're going to come in closer, because right now the top of its head is about 3 feet from the ledge from where you are, and where you're standing on the roof, you can't see anything just yet. There you go.
Yeah, so she'll come closer, because she like saw the guy move. So she came closer, peered down, saw that it was like directly under her, and is going to like vault over the wall and down onto this thing. And then she's got a particle scalpel that she wants to like take to this thing's like sensors in its face.
Dude, all right, that sounds fantastic. Where do you want to land? Go ahead and put your token there.
On top of him.
Literally on top. Okay.
I am like like monkey jumping from this thing, like grasping onto its head and like wrapping her legs around its shoulders with her particle scalpel in hand, just like going for the sensors in its face, and is going to just slice it and stab it if she can.
Andromeda, would you say that you have the upper hand?
Yeah.
Would you say that you are better trained than it?
I don't know about better trained, but I like having been like I am familiar with this tech. I have seen this thing before.
Yeah,
I have
but
seen its face.
But you're not better trained than it necessarily.
better trained than it.
And does your scalpel give you a particular advantage over it?
My scalpel, according to my thing, deals 3 harm. I don't know what else it does,
Hold
but
on.
it does 3 harm.
Oh, your weapons
Intimate.
aren't on your sheet. Okay.
It's on my other sheet, the sheet that I PDF'd you.
Okay, all right, that's totally fair. But does it give you a particular advantage to you? In other words, does it take advantage of a particular...
I don't think so, no.
Okay, all right. So you were going to get a +1 forward, so go ahead and roll your dice for the state. Tell me how you're feeling, roll the dice, and add +1.
I think in this moment, they've gone from, like, scared to feeling a little bit more empowered, seeing the, like, damage that these other 2 have been able to do. And, like, this thing is freaky as hell, but, like, she knows that like she can do something about this, and in that moment just feels emboldened.
Okay.
So it's gonna roll powerful.
While you're doing that, Kode, I see that you're
That's a
trying to sneak into
9.
the building. Are you doing anything else other than that?
Oh,
I'm currently keeping the situation, basically observing the area situation, and of course, I got my yo-yo. It started and it's waiting. I'm waiting to make sure because I know that it might actually harm them too.
Okay.
So if it looks bad is when I would join in. That's the only time I would use this around them.
Okay. All right. That's totally legit. I'm gonna draw out some. Or actually, hold on. Let me get rid of this and let me get rid of that. Let me instead.
I got a 5, by the way.
You got a 5? It's okay. You get to describe how you failed. No worries. Okay. There you go. Alrighty. So when you land down on top of this thing with all confidence that you had, as in past tense, this thing, game mechanics, all the boring shit, it now gets 3 hold, and you generate 1.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you want to inflict harm? Do you want to hold on to it? Or do you want to redirect it where it is, or even redirect your position?
I will inflict harm.
Okay. All right, go ahead. So, describe how you plan on doing that.
So as Andromeda falls, it doesn't go quite as planned. You know, her goal was to get her legs around the neck and arms around the head and just stab it. She doesn't quite grapple it in a very careful way, so she kind of falls on top of it, but as she's like falling on top of it and like crumpling to the ground, like dragging herself, like basically bracing her fall with this machine, she is going to like take her particle scalpel and just go for like anything she can get, and it's just like as she's falling, just like and just like scrapes her particle scalpel down the front of it.
Do you happen to have the armor piercing property to that, or tag?
It would be on the PDF, I think. I don't know if it's available in the Foundry right now.
No, but none of her equipment is in Foundry, so that's why.
It does it from what I'm seeing in my PDF. It just says 3 harm intimate, so I don't think it has armor piercing.
Not a problem. Okay, wow, the 3 harm is fucking awesome. Your blade, so as you come jumping down to this, give me a one sentence synopsis of what everyone else sees as you entered the scene.
An absolute just like ball of like person clothing, a flash of color, and like a yelp of just as they come crashing down. And just this like heap of person.
The scalpel, you manage to stab it into the top of its head, and in a way kind of go straight down.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. Very nails on the chalkboard.
Straight down the side of its skull and into its already wounded clavicle. You come down. Haven, how much harm did your blade do, by the way?
My blade is 3 harm, but I think I don't know how many. I don't know the math behind what you're doing. But
I have all
harm.
of it. Yeah, it's you hit another metal plate, but at some point you felt it go like scrape. Oh, and you manage to pierce its armor. You start feeling some of the metal plates go away. However, when Andromeda comes down and hits that clavicle area, the area that had already been damaged by Zephyr, there's a little bit more that goes on. The system, for a second, you see its eyes can go blink, 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 and then and you see it beginning to power up from a reserve power system. You had given it, Andromeda, 3 hold. It's going to use them all.
Oh, bye everybody.
It
was nice seeing you guys again.
It's going to adjust you to be at its left side, number 1. It's going to pick you up, grab you by the torso, however you choose to interpret that, and slam you down on the ground right next to you. While holding onto you, it's going to release you see a blade come out, hover over its hand, and just progress forward while it's holding onto you. You're going to receive 2 harm plasma. It's going to go right into you, so you receive 2 harm on that. That is its second hold. It's going to retain its 3rd hold.
As soon, like, honestly, I think Zephyr was moving before Andromeda even came plummeting down. It was as soon as Haven started, like, swinging him into the wall, like, using the momentum of him being pulled away, kind of, like, drawing the sword out of him and whirling around to just, with all the momentum he can muster, aim for his neck with another strike.
Yeah, that sounds good. I wouldn't think that you currently have the upper hand.
I mean, it is 3-on-1, and you did establish. I'm just saying, you did establish from Andromeda's analysis. That's the actual word. That this thing is running on rote programming and probably can't handle being ambushed or anything like that very well.
I would counter that by saying it is a sentinel simulant and is specifically designed for multiple intrusions.
But I surprised it. I fell from the sky.
Except for up. They didn't think of up. They didn't think of 3. Yeah, we should have learned that from like Khan. Like Kirk knew 3 dimensions. Khan didn't. So, yeah. So we're gonna say no to the specific upper hand. I think it's trained for that. But are you better trained are you better trained? Does your training give you any specific advantage, and does your equipment give you any specific advantage in this instance?
I mean, my sword's armor-piercing quality, I think,
so
is
I would say yes.
advantage.
Yeah, I would definitely say yes on that. Yeah.
And as far as training goes,
given the circumstances
of being very tight in,
yeah,
this thing's first response upon danger was to flick down those fingers, which I know is a ranged attack.
Yep.
I guarantee you that Zephyr is more confident at close range than whoever programmed this thing.
All right, dude, let's do it. You got a +2.
Yeah.
Okay.
+2 forward.
So +2, that's a 12.
That's a fucking 12. Do you have any advanced moves that can correspond to that 12?
Jesus Christ.
I don't have any advanced moves.
All right.
I'll tell you straight up, I'm using all 3 of this, to deal harm. And I know that would normally be 3 attacks. I want this to be one big, whirling, momentum-filled slash aimed at this thing's neck. 6 harm, armor piercing.
6 harm, armor piercing. It's going to spend the 1 hold you gave it, plus the 1 hold it reserved from Andromeda. And what you see is it lets go of Andromeda, turns its head to you just as your blade comes in. It comes in, deflects the blade. The edge is now popping out, almost biting into it, but not quite biting it, grabs the blade and throws it across and throws it away, completely spending 2 hold, and deflects all harm.
I would like to, as the blade goes, I'm going to grab him by his coat, that big, tall, popped fucking collar of his that's like so 2003, and I'm going to grab it with both hands and fling him past me to my left, back towards Cody, and I'm going to say, Cody, you're up with the yo-yo.
How do you have the upper hand in grabbing it?
Because he's not paying attention to me.
You already know that he can move around pretty quick, but there is a slight delay. I'm going to be kind of iffy on that, and it's a Sentinel simulant trained specifically for this. I'm not going to give you the forward on that.
Okay,
Are you better trained at doing what you can do? Can you provide me with an example of how you would have the advantage because you've done this before? Or
I think because she doesn't really deal a lot with weapons. The last time she had like a gun was like 2 episodes ago, so I think she's done a lot of hand-to-hand stuff. I don't foresee a Sentinel being like an unarmed grappler.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I have a little bit of an edge on that.
I'd say Hibben has had to undergo some pretty dear shit in the past. I'll give you on that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, being a lone person walking down these alleyways, yeah, you've had to learn how to defend yourself and use whatever improvised weapons are there. Does that sound fair?
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, I think so. If you would like, I could expend my last flow to sling and see if I can.
It's not up to me. It's not if I would like. This is your character.
Just to even the playing field, but I think I think that's fair. Maybe just one. I would say that one over the first one.
And are you using anything that would give you a particular advantage?
Fucking humanity, baby. That's all I'm using is just human ingenuity, something that you cannot code.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Yeah. Cody knows where to go with this. When you say human ingenuity, what are your beliefs?
What did I send you? Shit. All right, hold on. Come on, past me. Don't let me down. People power is the only way to take down an oppressive state. Emotions can easily kill or protect you.
People power? What fuels this thing? What created it?
I mean, probably capitalistic greed. A whole lot of that.
So the corpos. So I will give you, fueled by your belief that under removing all hesitancy due to the confidence or rather due to the conviction you have in your belief, I will give you a +1 that your belief is going to give you a particular advantage for this conflict. So
especially since I'm passing it off to Cody, and that is the actual most human person here. So yeah, I'll do that. That's a good one.
All right, you got it. Go ahead and roll and add +1.
Okay, I'm gonna roll mad this time, not powerful. I think I'm a little bit more over the situation.
Oh God.
It's an 8, so it's a 9 + 1.
So a 10?
Yeah. No, 8 + 1 is 9.
Okay, all right. So you got a total of 9. So you both generate 2 hold. It's going to hold on to its for the time being. How do you want to spend them? Inflict, block, deflect all harm by spending both, or force change the location?
I'll do force change of location.
Okay.
That makes the most sense. So the first one, I grab him by his collar and I say, Kode, you're up with the yo-yo, and I push him to the side.
Which side? To the
and
left or to the right where
the
Andromeda
left.
is? Okay.
The left towards past me over that box where Kode is.
Boom. So yeah, you redirect Andromeda. Your attacks, its hand when to let go of you in order to refocus on Zephyr's attack. Thankfully, it had let go of you because all of a sudden, Haven was like, I've had enough of this shit. Grab, toss, and put a fucking 500-pound machine on the other side of a box so that Kode can have at. That's one.
Yep, and I'm gonna take a little step in front of Andromeda and look over my shoulder, noticing that she just fucking fell from the sky, and be like, hey kid, you good? And I'm gonna use my last hold to block whatever harm comes towards us.
You got it. You don't have to spend it now nor declare it. You can use it in any in whatever stance. It currently has 2. It's going to turn.
Fucking fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
It turns. It's going to crunch down on the wooden crates and punch directly forward. Pop, pop. It's using both. It's using 2 hold to do that, reserving. Yep, it will have no hold after that. Oh, Haven. It's coming in with 2 separate attacks, each of them doing 2 harm plasma.
Oh shit! Am I able to neutralize that at all?
Well, you have hold, one of which can block a harm, or 2.
Block it on yourself. Block it on yourself.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
And
I forgot about that.
How much harm do you have?
I've got
1, right?
I mean, I'm at 0 right now. I'm good.
No. You didn't spend all your harm. You said that you were going to hold on to one of your harm in order to block an attack, right?
I'm gonna hold 1 to block.
Sorry. Now,
You have 1 harm from the shock pulse.
I keep saying harm.
That's right. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, I do have 1 harm from Shark Pulse, so you're right.
1 harm and 1 hold.
Yeah,
You're
so I'm
both
gonna
right.
hold. I'm gonna hold the block.
Okay, cool. So one of them, it bites. So you come in. Describe how you manage to deflect it, or otherwise get away from it.
I think that when it crunches down on the crates, I'm able to kick up my foot and kind of like knee the plank into his body as he's like pushing through. So yeah, I think I'm just kind of like as he gets through, I just kind of like kick up and like push into it. But now I'm like up against him very intimately. So whatever he is gonna hit me with next is definitely gonna hit.
So yeah, that blade gets cast aside, and the plasma rips into the concrete wall off to its left, off to your right, and the other one simultaneously comes in and rotating the fist gets in directly underneath, and then scrapes off to the side, causing 2 harm plasma to you.
Oh, okay. All right, fuck. Not looking good. Not looking good, guys. Kode, we need your yo-yo.
It begins to reassess the situation. It looks like it's going to launch yet another assault on Haven if no one steps in.
I'm dashing forward to re-engage it.
Let's see you do it.
I can't move my token.
Oh, hold on.
Otherwise
Here.
I would be able to, there you go. Wasn't able to move my token. There we go. I can now. With as soon as my name is said, I know that as a cue because I always have that thing charging, and as it's charging I know that there's going to be an obvious place, and using what skills I have of centrifugal force will spin that blade out 1 or 2 times and do a front flip forward, almost like a sunset axe kick, and spin it and smash it onto this thing. If there's anybody with cybernetics nearby, it's not going to be good, but Haven knows the repercussions of this for calling out in need, and I'm going to hit this thing as hard as humanly possible.
Okay, however, right before you did, or rather simultaneously, but a millisecond beforehand, Zephyr was stepping up in order to engage. Zephyr, what are you doing?
I think just... It is... Andromeda's met Zephyr before. It's a different voice that comes out of him as he kind of like pushes past them to engage, like re-engage with this thing, and he just goes, "If you're not helping, you're hurting us. Stay out of the way." And goes to like swing at this thing again.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead. I think we've agreed that you don't necessarily. Well, you don't necessarily.
I think we've
the upper
agreed
hand.
that in general, +1.
Yeah, but see,
My duels against.
yeah,
this thing.
let's give you the +1 system on that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh!
That would be +1 would be a 13. Oh no, yeah, 13 total.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck. Well, all right. So you generate 3 hold, and and it generates 1.
And knowing that Haven has put it in a less advantageous position than it was in previously, I'm again, all 3 of these hold are going into dealing 6 harm, armor piercing.
It has no holds left over. Describe how you managed to take it down.
I think it is full on like samurai movie of like came in like close on Haven's shoulder, spun around and slashed out at this thing. And then, hold on, I have a haiku written.
Oh
Like as he is finishing the spin and sheathing the sword, it is, and everybody else hears a definitely not Zephyr voice going, "Hear the fierce wind blow. It cuts through your soulless steel. Fall before the gale." And then he sheaths the sword, and the cut kind of just flares with light.
It flares with light. Sparks then join it in a wonderful dance of destruction. An old man's facade begins to melt away due to the heat generated by this entire exchange. It's the metal that used to be there completely disassembled by Haven and Andromeda prior to. Even Kode was getting ready to step up with that thing in order to level it. However, all of your attacks manage to take it down. It falls in a heap of technology older than some of you. A raincoat being the only vestige of humanity that remains. Congratulations, you guys actually took down a real-life simulant.
Fuck.
So there's nothing for me to scavenge.
Oh no.
No. We can say that there is, but more.
That's what I was worried about. I really would like to tear this thing apart piece by piece.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you go over to it and you begin coming across it.
She'll like crawl, kind of like she's like on the ground. She'll like pick herself up, dust a little bit, and like crawl over and
Kode.
just start like picking at it.
Kode will probably, by the scruff of the whatever they're wearing, be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Get off me, you fucker! What are you doing here?
You have a fucking wound that could have ended you.
You know, it doesn't. Leave me alone. I'm working here.
It's good to see you, kid.
Fuck you.
Your work almost sent this whole fight south.
No, guys, cut her some slack, all right? She's doing her best, and like, let her do her shit. What do either of you have anything that you need from this guy?
You guys
Are
probably
you
wouldn't even know
dead?
how to take this thing apart, would you?
I kind of
Cowboy.
gesture down to it and goes, "I think I did a pretty good job of taking it apart."
That being said,
Kode walks
all-
away.
we were all together. Bye, Kode. What are you doing here, Andromeda?
Doing my jam, baby. Look, I am working towards a lot of things, and I heard something advantageous around here, and I thought I would see what I could make of it.
What kind of advantageous? What are you looking for?
I found something like this before, and I was gonna tell you about it, but now I don't feel like I want to, since y'all were so mean.
Okay, first of all, I stood in front of you. I was going to protect you. You don't need it. You don't need it. But I was gonna protect you. The guys were the ones that were all butthurt about you doing your thing. But just us gals, now that we're here, what are you doing?
She's gonna look around. Is it just us gals? She kind of like cringes when you say that.
I like earmuff Zephyr.
As you reach up towards Zephyr, he kind of like smacks the hands away and takes like a step back.
Andromeda's just gonna like stare Zephyr down and like absolute daggers. She does not like you right now. She's not gonna say a word until you're done.
I think as Andromeda's staring at him, there's that same sort of like coruscating, like glitching effect, and the sort of cowboy attire is back. He goes, "Mighty sorry, wasn't in control of myself there for a moment." He looks down at the simulator. He's like sweaty and pale and like sunken eyes. He goes, "Looks like the job's done though, huh?"
Yeah,
I'll be right back. And he dips around a corner and just fucking yartses.
now it is just us girls. I think I like pat all my pockets. Cody, do you have the fucking what's that booster shot from Hacksaw? I don't have it. I'm real fucked up. Are you good? I look at Andromeda.
I'm gonna be just fine. She's gonna like look around and make sure there's no like cameras that are watching or people nearby. If it is just her and Haven, she's gonna kind of like signal Haven to kind of crouch over the simulant with her.
The city is always alive with ever-present eyes everywhere. It is more of a luxury when you happen to find that occasional shadow where no light from a lens can be cast.
As I crouched out, I like wince and grab like my side where the plasma injury was. Cody, the fucking booster shot. What? I don't know what it is. I thought it was in my jacket. It's not in my jacket. I need it. This is not comfortable. Who the fuck has it? It better not be Zephyr. I don't know where he went. What? To Andromeda. What?
Cody heard the call. As far as he away, I can't move myself on the map to indicate where I am right now.
You don't have to. We're on main.
But he is not going to respond, probably for the first time in a situation like this.
All right.
Andromeda's gonna like get in really close. Do you know who makes these?
The simulants?
Yeah, do you know who makes them?
Like 3 different companies at least.
These simulants are made by someone you have a particular interest in.
Hazer? Is this a mantle? So I'm like looking for like a
No.
QR code.
This has nothing to do with Mantle. This is something different. This is old tech. This is ancient. Well, ancient relative to me. No. This is stuff that he brought from a previous company. This is Prodigy tech.
Oh, like Prodigy 23?
I don't know about 23, but I found one of these suckers in the trash. Got some real good shit off of it. They've got a lot of useful parts. But it's from Prodigy Technology, the OG company.
Okay, all right. This is a lot. You look like you're about to have a fucking ball here. I'm gonna leave you to it. I really need to get this checked out. And I'm gonna stand up and like go looking for Cody. Cody, I swear to God, I need it. This fucking sucks. It's either this or hard drugs, buddy. Help me out.
Cody does nothing.
I think hearing Haven kind of staggering around and shouting for help, Zephyr kind of wipes off the last bit of like puke from his mouth and stands up and kind of very exaggeratedly swaggers back into the alley and goes, I think, and he kind of rifles through his pockets looking for one of the shots that Hacksaw gave them. I think I might have one.
Even if you don't have it, just like, I can't do this to myself, and I'm gonna hand him the particle blade. Just fucking, I don't know, cinch it together. I don't give a shit. It just hurts.
Yeah.
Kevin,
Do I have one of those?
Kevin, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have one of the shots from Hacksaw?
You should have one of the adrenal shots.
Yeah, I think we all have one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where mine is.
Yeah, so I take the particle blade from Haven and kind of like holding it over the wound and then jab the adrenal shot in her leg.
Oh, goodness. Fuck this.
And I hand the blade back and go, probably felt better than that though, so.
A little bit. That was bad. Fucking Cody, I swear to God. All right. What else do you need from this, Andromeda? What are you grabbing?
Andromeda, as you kind of go through the remnants of the simulant, and you pick up the head, having been sufficiently severed by Zephyr, you notice one thing. There's a ton of differences. This Sentinel simulant is much more updated, much more, probably within 5 years or so. So that's not bad. However, the voice modulator is the same.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I remember hearing before.
Yep. Yep.
And I guess just refresh my memory from before. I had determined that this voice modulator was something that was like broken on the other simulant.
More of that. First, you needed power. Then everything else needed, for the eyes to work, for the full synth mod, the full synth voice mod to work, and other components to work. You needed a hell of a lot more. The voice box was fine, and it was able to produce.
Okay. I'm gonna take the voice modulator from this thing. And I'm also going to, specifically, I want to take, the weapon-based parts of it. So,
Sure.
leave the armor behind, but, pick up the plasma pieces, and kind of, pocket those. And definitely, at least take the face part of it, specifically any markings of any identifying markers on this thing.
It seems to be that the technology of the face had improved over the 15 or 20 years of technology between that which you found and this one now. But still, all of you can see it is an attempt to replicate humanity, and it has utterly failed. You collect whatever you can, mark down on your sheet whatever it is that you believe you took for future reference.
Okay. Andromeda, even though she's not going to say it, she is very hurt. And so she'll kind of just with she's got cargo pants on and pockets in her jacket and stuff. So with pockets just bulging with various amounts of trash, we'll kind of use the wall that this thing was had kind of collapsed against and kind of pick herself up, and look at the rest of the crew and just be well, what are you doing here?
That mantle corp, Hazer, from the diner. That's kind of, we've been on that for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. It's, and I kind of gesture to the doorway and go, this is sort of our latest in tracking him down.
Kode.
In that door. Yep. Go ahead, Steve. You got it.
Got it, bro. All right, here you go, man. So ahead you can see a lobby, and then off of that, narrow winding corridors and dimly lit hallways. Old repurposed tech clings tenaciously to cracked concrete walls, and the color of peeling paint reveals eras of history. And the air inside bears a heavy scent of dampness and must. You know what that is. It's just rot from whatever organic materials that there are. But it is also underscored by a sharp tang of burnt wires. The building's silence within echoes untold stories, and each of the rooms beyond, a time-worn snapshot of corporate ambition. Now, this used to be a travel agency, offering vacations to long-deceased exotic locations. Quite the contrary to what is offered now.
Looking through and hearing the echoes of the hallway behind him, especially calls for help, and knowing that the situation was handled, Kode is distracted in his observations of this once possibly bustling travel agency, thinking about what had just transpired in a very dangerous situation. If there are any hallways that he would pass, normally he's very cautious about peeking around and getting his vector of vision and camera angles if there would be any, but if there's anything that would spot him, he probably missed it in this instant.
So you've entered.
Mm-hmm.
Walking in, you pass by the office. You see old travel brochures with promises of a good time. Beyond that, you go down the hallways. You can see a salesperson's office over there, a manager's office over there, and then down at the end of the hallway and on the right-hand side, a doorway that opens up into a stairwell that leads both up and down. A quick little reconnaissance tour. You go up. It leads to the roof, providing an advantageous position should you need it. Going down, it ends in several floors, 3 specifically. The first one leads you into a place where it seems to be additional offices once were. Specifically a management firm for food delivery, and then you find remnants of other things that the manager of which might have been responsible for. But that's not the most impressive part. Your diligence pays off. You find a report tucked underneath a piece of metal which had fallen just simply due to the surrounding materials breakdown over time. You read it. The new power grid is offline. Still unstable, but sublevels are drawing more energy than they should. Further investigation, you pull out some other things and you begin to realize you are so much closer than you ever thought to Hazer's laboratory, and right now you are the only one down here 2 levels below the surface of your friends. You're muted.
You're muted.
With the charge of the yo-yo still kind of whirring, kind of a dull tone, and within my fist wrapped around my hand, I would continue.
You take a look through some of the other corridors and offices. The space erupts into space, a large, wide-open area, an ad hoc meeting room that had been turned into an area of experimentation. Immediately, a flashback into the basement of the other facility that you had come across. You find other papers here and there. It looks like that there was a rush to clean out this area. However, scatters remain, insecure documents at best. Projects...
Picking up a couple of like random ones along the way to see if there's anything indicating what may have happened, whether or not it's time stamped or anything going on, to kind of do a quick investigation, quick eyes, newer pieces of paper, documents, things like that.
Yep, you managed to grab 3 pieces of information, but do you stop to read them, or?
It's a glance, not a full read.
Something about Project Synapse, another thing about a power outage, and another thing about old security protocols.
Okay, that's perfect. Whatever it is, it seems like it'll have good reference points. What I'll do is I'll flip on my glasses and let the low scale recording portion take in that information that I can't read at that speed, and put it aside.
Okay. What are you doing otherwise?
You said this area opens up, and one of the things that I was able to sense was the smell of old, like, burning fuses and power outages, for example.
Absolutely. There is definitely a presence here of electricity. Now, throughout Shade City, all of you have encountered generators, jury-rigged solar panels, I mean, just about anything at all. I mean, hamsters on a wheel. If it exists in Shade City, chances are it's at work. This place has no such generators. It seems to be coming from an external source. You take a look at the walls and you can see heavy wires going up. This is not a built to code building. Or if it was back then, but none of the receptacles, none of the power outlets are actually in use. Anything that was powering the lights and what have you, you can clearly see are wires and cables that have been plugged into things that exist outside of this facility.
Following as best I can, trying to figure out exactly what is going on here. Kode is definitely focused on the objective, which is finding Hazer and determining whether or not this is the center point of where Dietz detected what might be the centralized location.
Taking a look around, we see through the visor of Kode. It's not currently on his face. It's hanging around his neck or what have you. Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right.
I got you.
Looking around, you begin to see what we now pull back from what the visor sees. We come in and we trace up several obscure wires still buried in the concrete from ages prior, until finally we hit a small drone operated by a child in a remote district somewhere else that happens to be scouring the area. And as it does, we zoom in back on the sinners, still outside the building, the 3 of them conversing.
So we were told by an unreliable source that we're supposed to go where Kode was. That doorway right there. I'm gonna guess he went in. He seems to scout ahead all the time. Hopefully that's where he went, because if he went the other way, we are shit out of luck.
Let's follow him.
Yeah.
The 3 of you enter, the remnants of a business's existence still residing, at least in smell, in this area. You can see down at the end of the hallway on the right-hand side a doorway that has been stuck open all those prior, leading to a former manager's office with receipts for things that would undoubtedly were going to lead to some kind of a tax credit. You move down the hallway, and you can see that there are stairs. Kode likes going down. So you necessarily have follow those steps down. And there you see a door held open, quite not on purpose. Just some trash that the door seemed to have trampled as it opened up creakily. And then that trash got its revenge, locking it in place. You guys come into a floor, offices here and there, and then a blown out meeting room where experimentation has taken place. Dentist chairs everywhere, and a Kode amongst them sifting through papers.
Hey, Kode, what is your emotion right now that Haven is able to see the color of?
That would be mad.
What color is it?
It is red.
Cool. As we enter that space and there's like a gradient, like a monochromatic gradient from the inside out, I'm going to like hold a like oh shit bar or oh shit handle across to Zephyr and Andromeda and just be like, he's not doing great.
And as Haven does that, I kind of lean over to Andromeda and go, they can see people's emotions, so we might just want to hang off for a second.
Andromeda pushes through.
Yeah, you're real red too, I could tell. And I was like watching like blood in the water, kind of like Andromeda having like this saturated red bursting through this like gradient of red coming out of Kode.
Definitely away from the yellow corner where Zephyr is currently quite scared.
Andromeda's gonna push through and go into the room and is not gonna like talk to Kode or interact with him. She's going to analyze the room and Steve, you can like refresh my memory, but you said something about like a power source. And she's definitely interested in wherever that power was coming from.
You locate, or rather look up in some of the corners, and you can see that there are power extension cords, the equivalent thereof. Certainly not up to code.
Lack of receptacles, top left corner. If you want to find the source, it's probably leading outside. If you have anything outside of a power box that would help you with whatever the bullshit you're up to, that's where you want to go. It's going to lead outside, so I'd recommend you get the fuck out.
She's not gonna say anything, and she's gonna do her own. She's gonna double check everything you just said before deciding whether or not she wants to leave.
Heard.
I kind of sidle up to Haven and go, it seems like there'll be somebody else that Kode will be mad at for now. Is it a little selfish for me to be happy about that?
No, it's completely justified. I'm actually relieved as well.
Hey, thank you for helping me out with the big feller back there.
Oh, fuck, I didn't know you noticed. I don't really ask permission sometimes.
I wouldn't have noticed except for anything that kind of goes through, and I pat the sheath. The partner here, I can't help but notice. So, appreciate.
I look at the sword. I'm like, fucking narc. I whisper to it, like, all right, well, I mean, I won't do it again if it's not something you want, but I don't really think of them.
Any help is appreciated.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Kind of blacked out in the middle of the fight. Went all right though.
Yeah. You killed somebody who needed to die, or something. So that's a good start.
Yeah, love to hear that.
Andromeda, after the several minutes of investigating, while Haven and Zephyr are talking, everything Kode said stands true. It's almost a testament to your own obstinance that you continued beyond what he said. And there's nothing left other than what he said.
With that in mind, her obstinance is gonna keep her around just a tiny touch longer. Just like a little bit longer. And she wants to scrounge specifically for any like loose objects that she can gather. Her pockets are already stuffed to the brim, but she wants to look for even more stuff.
Sure. You are looking around as best as you can. There are a good many things in this place. However, most of it's antiquated plastic, casing of, let's say, an old school like laser printer. You might find a stored in a storage room somewhere, technology that died out about 100 fucking years ago. You see a fax machine. Laying on the floor next to it, some updated tech by maybe 20 years. A CD. However,
CD's pocketed.
That's retro. So some of the other tech, however, nothing really stands out. Most shit has already been replaced. All of this is completely deprecated. You might find some use for some of it, but just only on a basic level. Nothing high tech. However, confirming what Cody said, everything leads to the outside. There is an external power source this is tapping into.
Okay. Knowing that, I'm not gonna lie, she's gonna like linger another half a second longer, mostly just to like annoy Cody, and specifically like she can tell he's upset, and she can tell that she's like invading his jam, right? But she wants to just fuck with him a little bit, and so we'll like pretend that she's like she's scrounging for something around where he's at, invade his personal space a little bit, and then leave.
Cody, you can feel the presence, the hot, moist breath of another living being in your area that is probably not as augmented as you. And
the moment Andromeda starts to go away, knowing based off exactly where that plasma blade struck her, I'm going to go, good job out there, and smack it. Not enough to cause harm, but to remind her that she's owned as well.
She's gonna like cringe as you like bash into her side.
Did real good out there.
And just like get a smirk on her face. And if you kind of use your peripheral vision, I'm assuming you're not going to look her right in the eye. No,
Nope.
why would you do that?
Nope.
But if you look in her peripheral vision, you can like see her like wince in pain and then give a little cheeky smile out of like respect. And she'll take a second, breathe out the pain, and then push past Haven and Zephyr to go and trace that power source.
Well done, buddy, I say to Cody as I spin around. And I think, go ahead.
Haven, you
What?
of all people know how dangerous it is for us. You have a couple of augments that help you with your special abilities. You have a special ability. Mama V called you out on that. Said the only one to keep me in check was that fight that you have and understanding situations, alright? That one's a lot like me. Sassy ass one that went upstairs. A lot like me. And you're gonna advocate for her to get fucking stabbed by a goddamn simulant? Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you blaming me
You
for having her get stabbed?
He ran over there and you just let her do whatever the fuck she wanted. Whatever the fuck she wanted. You watched her and you were like, yeah, good job jumping in there. Yes, that's all well and good. She's not trained. She could have died at any minute. There could have been another fucking popped up piece of metal that can cut our flesh that you know and I know would not recover like somebody who is augmented. We have to fucking protect that. We got to be cautious twice as much as anybody else. And you would just eye with it? Like, you know what? You know what? Nah. You know what? Yes. You know what? This is. You know what? I'm wrong. It's not my place. It's not my place. You got this. You understand better than anybody the way to grow, because I have my priorities set in a different way. I'm trying to take out a motherfucker that took my family from me. And not just one, many. So, I'm gonna go back to what I do best, to my job, what I do best. And you can help the next generation, because I can guarantee you I'm gonna be the last taking care of this one. Cody's gonna walk away.
As Cody does, I'm going to insert the scene.
Okay.
Cody.
Yep.
Throughout all of that, there were the last words of your mother as she lay there in bed, and then immediately flashed over to memories of Hacksaw and the note that he had, and then back over to Mama V. And then there you see her body. You've been trying to repress that now for a very long time, but now you can see the raw flesh as everything that was inside had been completely ripped out of it against her will, obviously, thus ending her fucking life. Everything that Mantle Corp now possesses is your mother. The only last remnants before you took care of her remains are now in Hazer's hands. And as you say each and every single one of those words to Haven, all of those things fuel you. Give me a mad.
Oh, yep. Gladly.
Give me a furious.
Gladly.
Or madly.
I got. I'll use my +1, so that throws it as a 7.
I would say you have intimate knowledge of the situation, so I'll give you an 8, even though ultimately it doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel something beginning to reach through, and even the power in your visor, while it is completely independent of any kind of bioelectricity or anything, you begin feeling a little bit of a connection to the technology that you wear around your neck, just to the point where you hear,
"Hey, Cody? Cody?
Yo. Hello?
Cody, Deeds, I'm getting a read. You there?
Go ahead. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, can you hear me?
What happened? You're in Shade City still?
Yeah, we're at the spot.
I'm not getting anything from... Listen, whatever just happened. I just got your bio. You good?
I'm here.
Are you good? Your heart rate is up.
Fuck. I'm alright right now. Can you hear me? Fuck, man. Dates. Fuck, I hate these goddamn things.
something about your rage began to power that which was inside. Your visor is tapped into AR. All things are. But as emotions cool, so does the connection.
Damn it.
I think he feels my hand on his shoulder. Even if he shrugs it off, he feels it for a moment. Cody.
What?
You know, you're right. I see something in her, in Andromeda, that I wish I had when I was her age. It's reckless, it's irresponsible, it's brave, it's dangerous, but it's autonomous. And you know what honed is. It is autonomous. I am not going to tell you or her what to do. You both have this thing about you that none of us have, where you're not connected to all the bullshit happening outside. I respect the fuck out of that. I respect the fuck out of your mom. I respected the fuck out of you since the day we met. This fighting isn't working. All right? I love you like my brother. I've never had one, and I love you like one. I'm not gonna be responsible for Andromeda. She wants to jump off a building, that's her thing. She's a squishy person just like you, that's her thing.
Well, there's kind of a way you can do it without taking any kind of like. You have to move forward. Well, anyway,
you're right.
Yeah.
You are fucking right, because I don't see that shit. I'm blinded by all these fucking colors, man. I saw red, I saw black just now, blue just now coming from you, going into the, what was that? Going into the visors? You know what?
Yeah, nah, yo, fucking, when I was like heated, fucking, I heard deets. Do you have your connection?
I do, but I didn't hear anything. But I saw the colors. It's almost like the visor had the same colors as people.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. I'm starting to see that weird haze. I feel like I'm tripping every fucking like 10 minutes when things start getting wild.
As soon as you put the visor on, Kode, that's when you realize the power didn't come from the visor. It came from your newfound ability to find emotions in things. And through that, you managed to tap into the veil itself through innate ability.
Yo, hey, Haven, hold up. Yo, you, here, put these on.
Okay.
You see the equivalent of a prescription that just doesn't fit you.
This is weird. Is this what you watch all day?
Yeah, it's like no, hold up though. Like, you know how you can like focus your colors, like when you was telling me about it back at the spot.
Yeah.
Like, try and like push it out. I don't understand. I don't know how you do your thing, but see if that does something.
Do something annoying. Punch me. Hit me.
Oh, I fucking right to the shoulder like a fucking bow.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Now look.
The visor shows nothing extra.
Dude, it just shows your sketchy website shit. I want to minimize this window. It's real weird.
Oh,
I don't
that's all offline shit. That's all
That's his
offline shit.
history. It's his browser history.
That's offline shit.
It's not doing the same. Listen, I'm not seeing what you're saying. That might be a weird thing for you.
Nah, it's like when I was like really fucking heated, like I got like service, like I'm like a router or some shit, like maybe, I don't know. Fuck, this is confusing as fuck, dog.
Okay.
I don't know how you handle any of this shit.
I don't, because I've never heard of that before in my life. But listen, if big feelings make you experience like some Anon style shit, then like I'm not going to tell you how to feel. But I will say I'm not responsible for Andromeda. She's responsible for Andromeda. I love you. We got to fucking work together. I can't deal with all this red. It's too much. All right? I'm a focus. Yo, Zeph.
Oh, yeah.
Zeph. I think I figured something out. Like, I put some shit together. Some of the papers around here have, like, timestamps about things related to, like, security protocols. And there's a couple of things out there. Just, like, if you find a couple of them, I tried to record them on here, and I got, like, a little power from the offline options. But, like, there's something going down in the basements of this area, and I think this is what Dees was looking for. And I think this is like a central point. We might have to go further downstairs, but I I don't want to do that unless we were prepared for something. At least we talked to Dietz. He knows that we're here. At least by the last little fucking 2-second broadcast that I fucking powered or whatever.
I mean, as far as being prepared for things goes, then I kind of check the revolver, remember that I fired all the shots at the previous simulant and hadn't reloaded, and while I'm talking to Kode, I kind of just like start reloading. I go, I'm feeling fit as a fiddle, fresh and fine. I'm ready to kind of do whatever we need to do here. And I gotta look at Haven and Andromeda and go,
Oh, Andromeda's gone.
oh. I look at Haven and turn to, all right, well, the Haven got beat up pretty bad, and I mean, I'm willing to keep pushing forward, you know, but I would prefer if Haven, like, gotta hand the revolver to you and go, please don't get stabbed no more.
I'll take it, and as I'm like kind of like weighing it and kind of like looking down sights at the ground because I'm not an asshole, I'm gonna look at Kode and be like, yeah, I could use this, but Andromeda could use that booster shot as like a go fucking talk to her, buddy.
Meanwhile, stomping footsteps in recent pools of rain on streets or inside due to leaky ceilings, we see Andromeda. Where is she?
So since Kode and her own findings, for the record, she looked into it too, all by herself. Since there was confirmation of this power source coming from like outside, she would have either gone like onto the roof to examine it further or stepped out, just kind of like depending on her like own personal insight about how this building might have been wired up. She either would have gone up or out.
So, using the staircase that you found, you went up to the roof. Nothing there. Quick peek over the building. You could see power lines extending from this to the other. You come back down, go out, look up. You see power lines over to here, then to there, then to there. Andromeda is now a full city block away if you allow it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she would, like, the way she's feeling right now, like, Zephyr was kind of mean to her. Haven was like really nice. Kode definitely has got like something going on, and like she's invested in whatever's going on here, but she's not about to like indulge these people in like her own personal feelings on the subject. She'll just gather the intel, and if they catch up, then great on them. So she will definitely take that block and do her own scouting out, since Kode did the same thing.
You do. You find a vacant warehouse. Its doors already open, and at some point, at least multiple points over the years, various squatters have claimed it as a haven. Most people then quickly found out that the roof is leaking, it's completely useless, etc. You go through it, climbing upstairs to a suspended office up at the top near the roof, and when you go in there, it takes a little bit of jarring. Something had fallen, preventing entry into the doorway. You put your shoulder up against it, you begin taking a look around. The reason why you're in this building is because some of the wires came down into it. They also passed through it. And you also found various other junction boxes. Something was here once upon a time. Seeking additional information, the manager's office does in fact reveal some. Blueprints. Blueprints dated about 17 years ago. Stamped with the Prodigy symbol. This is before Mantle, of course. And here you see an entire grid, a power grid that was laid out, tapping into Prodigy itself from outside of the Shade City area, when it was still known as under a different name. It requires a little bit of a keen eye and some tech expertise to understand the system that it is describing. But you absolutely do understand that the blueprints are revealing this was a project that was long planned.
I think that surprises her a little bit, especially seeing that these blueprints date back to like the year that she was born, of being like, oh shit, like something was stirring before I even got here. And she's going to just, like, she definitely feels like kind of complicated just about that fact in and of itself, of like, you know, as a teenager, you kind of just caught up in your own world, you're kind of caught up in the moment, but now she's kind of seeing the scale of things, and a bit of existential dread kind of like sits on her, of like, things have just always been this way and things are only gonna get worse, and just kind of like feeling that weight of it. And so I think she'll just like take a moment to like feel that out, and that will kind of spark a slightly different angle of rage within her, not necessarily directed at like the corporations, but at like the fault of her own humanity a little bit, of like, I'm still just like one little person, and there are these things that are existing completely outside and beyond me, bigger than me, longer than me, older than me. Like, what can I do? And that idea of like, what can I do at this point? She's like, okay, all right, they gotta know, they gotta see these. So
17
I will
years.
slowly kind of trudge back, slowly,
Not a
taking
problem.
my good sweet time.
With 17 years under your belt, the majority of which is your adulthood, you begin to think about all those things that you just realized. These corporations have been around for so long, and everyone who has ever headed it has had the benefit of inheriting all of the dogma from those who came prior. Your little 17 years mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. And so when you take a look at the prints, you begin realizing that the age itself required yet another 25 years prior to that of mind to be developed from child to adult, if you take the average age of the person coming into the corp. And then above that, all the managers who have overseen this, and those 40 plus years that have been there just to make sure that these plans were perfect. The corporations exist because they are able. You exist by accident.
At this point, it's also pure spite.
You make your way back, but first, the signals down in the sub-basement itself find Kode and Zephyr and Haven. Each of them talking in their own fashion, various emotions coming up, but there is one thing that remains absent. Emotion from Hazer. It feels empty, almost like nothing, to quote Donald in the chat. The only emotion that exists here now are those that used to have emotions before they were necessarily stripped away from them as part of a much greater experience than anything that their little lives would ever be able to offer. The three of you stand in a hall of greatness, or at least that is the impression that this place would have you believe. Whether or not you feel that way, well, that's up to you, sinners.
Now, Haven, please give me some good news about what's going on. Please.
What do you mean?
I don't know what I'm doing right now, and I don't know what to do next. And I'm like really overwhelmed by these influx of colors. For like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I'm good. It's like nothing's there. I'm focused. And then a lot of shit happens, and then I'm just like migraine headache, and then like everything is like I'm tripping. Like
Hearing Kode say that he doesn't know what's going on, he doesn't know what to do next. Even though he was asking for help from Haven, Zephyr kind of stops and goes, buddy, I can't see the same things that y'all two see, but I'll tell you what we're doing. It's something my dad used to say to me. How would a piranha eat a whale?
carefully.
One bite at a time. We are taking one bite today. And tomorrow, granted we're still alive, we will take another bite. That's what's going on. Look, I understand. This city, it is everything that we should have strove not to create, made manifest. It drags people down. It burns us to ash. It grinds us to dust. And it profits every step of the way. It is wretched. But the one thing we can keep doing is keep hacking away at the things that we hate about it. You know? Yeah. You know, you can grow up your whole life thinking that you're gonna be some, you know, super cop, gonna patrol Shade City and keep people safe. Then you get into a fight with a drifter in an alley, you kill him, you grab his arms, whole trajectory of your life changes. Alright? Things only stop once you stop. The minute that you decide you're giving up, that's when Mama V doesn't get her vengeance. That's when your friend Doc Faustus doesn't get his vengeance. That's when everybody in this city misses out on somebody fighting for them. But I know you. You have been doing this for a while. You've been doing it for a while, Haven. I've been doing it for a while. We have flash. We have style. We're going to inspire people to come after us. So what happens after this is that we'll go on and keep doing our thing, but maybe, I don't know, 6 other people will as well. We can't get bogged down in the emotion of it, and I know I'm talking to you two saying that, but the mechanics of it are, we gotta keep moving forward. Keep hacking away and keep eating this fucking whale one bite at a time.
Facts.
Well, shit. I guess we're all empaths here.
God damn.
By the time that you all come to that realization, the lingering emotions of those who may have been suffered or may have suffered in this space, they reside within you just for a little bit. Much like a taste of something that you once had in your mouth but felt displeasure towards and spit it out, and yet no matter how much you try it lingers just a little bit. As Andromeda returns, a quick look across the street, a clue given by power lines that work above like spider webs. A quick reveal inside, an empty space, necessarily so. A look around here and around that corner there, until finally in a back room, a bank of car batteries. 36 of them. And then you find the input source, a generator in a sub-basement somewhere. You find it, you trace it, you exit the warehouse, you go down another block, and there you find, sure enough, an entire warehouse of generators behind a secure door, which was easy enough to look into. You weren't able to break into it to be able to stop it if you wanted to, but a gated window. He's running it all through generators. Perhaps the most oppressing thought of it all is that he's doing it through biofluids.
Son of a bitch.
Andromeda, what do you... Oh, sorry, Haven, go ahead.
Just this is a 3 glasses of wine question. By biofluids, do we mean human fluid, body fluid, like body fluids, or body fluids?
How would Haven find that out, considering she knows nothing about this?
Are we not? Are we not looking
This is
at
Andromeda's
This is all
find.
Andromeda.
This is Andromeda's find, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna enjoy my glass of wine while I find out about the biofluids. Go ahead, buddy.
Biofluids.
Andromeda, your
More
first
about
clue
these
that...
fluids.
Andromeda, your first clue that biofluids are involved is when you see an adjacent room where such fluids are extracted. The remnants of now cracked tubing. 12-gauge needles. Massive dentist chairs. Complete with straps, of course, for the ankles, the thighs, the wrists, the forearms, the upper arms, the neck, and the forehead. Making sure, of course, that the insertion of such needles was done exactly as it needs to be. Then it was the holding tanks, which are now empty. Well, the water within has since evaporated, but whatever substance of humanity may reside still within is nothing more than a small scum gathered down at the bottom of this. Corporations, you see their stamps along the walls against or on various health risk warning posters, the equivalent of their OSHA, calling out just in case you happen to come in contact with, be sure to flush your eyes with this product. Everything that you see here has a deviltry behind it. A corporation that sings out its praises only so it can hear it with its ears. Its victims hearing it strictly with deafness. Beyond, the generators still hum with the life energy of thousands who have been taken. And then, outside, a rush. People calling out names. You've heard it before, you're almost inured to it. Another person has been taken by people who are simply unknown.
Andromeda, upon hearing that signal from the outside, confirming everything that she's found, just absolutely retches over one of these generators. Absolutely physically sickened by the atrocities committed here. She collapses to her knees, sitting honestly in her own filth, and just buries her head in her hands. And just takes a minute that she rarely gives herself. Because in this kind of world, you don't get a minute. But gives herself a minute just this one time to mourn the people that were brought here and that were mutilated here. And with each teardrop that falls from her face and puddles around her, a new spark of resolve burns within her even stronger. She doesn't know how this fire could get even hotter, but at this point, the red flame is now blue with just absolute fury. And she is resolved that she will do whatever it takes to stop this madness. And if that means putting up with those motherfucking sinners back there, I guess we're gonna have to do that.
And it is back there that we now find ourselves. Cody's own rage at the situation, of the events of the past, at the hubris of a fucking 17-year-old coming in here and double checking his work, which was so readily apparent every fucking time he enters into a room. Somebody else has to come in and supposedly discover all anew, all those things that he's already discovered. Cody, finding the path to this underground facility. You've been in one before. You know how Hazer operates. It's always underground. Above, a travel agency. Down here, depredation. Down further, reality. You look around, you know that you're going to need resourcefulness and persistence. Conventional routes are inaccessible. Whichever one of the three has decided to do this, this is what you discover. The elevators, long since out of service. The doors, accessible, but when you enter into the area, it's nothing more of similar. That which I've already described. Yet, not quite a dead end for Hazer. He has an outside source of power. Maybe that is a way to get to it. But even then, as you are describing, or rather, as you are encountering all these things, Haven, it is you in particular that you feel a pulse. Another pulse. Not rhythmic like a heartbeat, but chaotic like emotions that have been amped up due to something on the outside. Up on the streets, a small drone yet again flown by a small child, no doubt an inherited child, one who has adopted the money and then spent all that they possibly could upon this particular drone, zooms in on a particular crowd who is wailing at their missing child and the older sister that used to baby watch that child, both of which have been taken. These are the same screams and cries that you've been hearing all throughout Shade City, only now to realize all of it is Haven's playground, and he is taking people for his own purposes. How do you want to conduct yourselves now?
Hey, to Cody.
What's up?
I know you feel that.
Is this gonna be a thing now? You just gonna call me out on my shit that I'm suffering through? Is that how this is gonna work?
All I'm saying is that as soon as we get outside, is gonna be the same amount of dark as I felt when we were in your house, in your hallway. People's families are taken away from them. Let's go fucking kill that guy, because I don't think I could take any more of this darkness. I'm done.
Now you're speaking my language.
I bet. Let's try and get in contact with fucking Deets. Maybe find a fucking spot. I don't know how this works, but
I could punch you.
I think I figured out a way to handle that. Your punches actually really hurt.
Oh, thank you.
Don't get a big head. Huh?
Let's go maybe find Andromeda. We shouldn't really, I mean, you told me we shouldn't leave her alone. So
Yeah, you took on the task, so let's fucking do it.
I'm not gonna, say one way or the other, but last time we left them on their own, they did jump off a building onto a simulant, so...
I'm convinced she busted her ass and fell off the building.
does she have?
It didn't look like the softest landing I've ever seen.
I mean, she may be like you, Cody, but does she have a? I'm gonna like tap my own visor, be like, or my own augments, be like, Andromeda, can you hear us? We're on like, I'm like inviting her to like a closed circuit. I don't know if Andromeda has access to that.
No.
They had a flip phone last time we saw.
No, they had the option. I did try and see if that older lady could find her to give her the green my old pair, but I don't know if they got it to her or not.
That's right. Well, we'll find out when we get up there. Let's just go.
Let's.
Andromeda, at what point do you make it back, or do you at all?
Yeah, it would definitely be a while, especially after that really like quite literally gut-wrenching moment. And like I said, she would definitely be trudging, kind of despondent on her way back. Also trying to keep to the shadows. She doesn't like to be watched, especially in a moment like this where she felt so like vulnerable and her guard was down for just a minute. Like she's feeling particularly threatened by the city and the people around her. And so she's definitely like a little on edge as she comes back. But as she kind of like, she probably will hear them before she sees them and kind of shake off the rest of whatever it was she was carrying. Still like wall up her heart again, come out with like her hands in her pockets. I found a few things you guys might like.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Some real sketch shit. We need to go somewhere safe. I'm not about to discuss this in the open.
That's fair.
I bet.
Cody, give her the thing. Give her the booster shot.
Hey, I found this. You like the scavenge shit, so here you go.
She'll like take a second to look at it and like look back at Cody and like, what? How is Cody like looking at her right now?
He's like not really. He's just like, if you take it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. Whatever, bro.
She'll kind of like smugly smirk and as if she just kind of like won a little prize somehow. Take it and pocket it and kind of look back at me like, thanks.
Begrudgingly.
I think
it's this way.
Uh-huh.
I think as they walk away, Haven has like a little burst of like purple come out. Like I'm just like
Cut it out. Cut it out. I see that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When you manage to make it outside, realizing this building was just one other node on this network of information that Hazer has set up in the past decade or so, you begin to hear the stories of some of the locals. No doubt some of the more empathetic of you, Haven, would come across these individuals. And that's when you find out, again, masked, hooded individuals have taken those. But one thing does stand out. You see something that was written down on a small piece of paper. Something written, scrawled in a makeshift charcoal and oil ink. Something that they once said while they were being taken. The scrawlings of a child. From chaos, order arises. From order, ascendance. And then the four of you, willingly or not, discover over the next day's journey other things that these kidnappers have said. In the abyss of the mind lies the dawn of our new world. Others have said, all minds will be united under the guidance of the one true architect. A mantra of sorts of those who are taking unwillingly those who live in Shade City. Flesh and steel interwoven, the path to evolution. But before you guys settled in for the night, there was one last one. The cry of her mother to her teenage child as he was being abducted and she was powerless to do anything about it. One of those hooded individuals had turned around and said, the synapse is key. The door to eternity. He goes to greater places now. And that is how families have been broken up here in Shade City. You estimate for the past 6 or 7 years or so, something is happening. Yet, even as you've come across these witnesses of these accounts, these people, remnants or echoes of what it is that these dogma-like sayings reverberate off of the various dark city walls, a cold dread seizes your gut. A glance around at each of you confirms most of you feel it as well. The enormity of what you're facing begins to sink in. Some of them left a calling card behind, a sigil to some, a logo unknown to most. Syndicate. A better world today for your world tomorrow. It isn't a ghost story anymore. No, no, no. It's an ever-looming shadow directly across all of Killison City. That which has never provided any kind of brightness in your life. A puppeteer pulling strings from the darkness. When you finally arrive at one building that others have always triangulated you towards, and mind you, Kode, Dietz never again came back out to you, nor did Shari or Taylor. You guys have heard nothing from a Hacksaw. But the words of everyone who has lived in this area all seem to point to one place. A dilapidated warehouse, one that fits in everywhere. Except for one thing. A blood-scrawled message, undoubtedly from one individual who was lucky enough to escape. On a wall, completely covered up by furniture, and only after some of you have sifted through that garbage did you find one message. Hazer lives here. This is where we pick up next week.
So good. Fucking music, man.
So guys,
you crushed it.
I have no idea how many of you are hanging out. 12 of you right now. All right, so here's the way that this works. Now, typically at the end of every episode, we have an after party, and traditionally it has taken place up on Discord. Well, if you've been hanging out with us for any period of time, you know I absolutely suck monkey balls when it comes down to tech. So what I'm offering you is this. If you would like to chat with us because you are a Patreon patron, absolutely give me a shout over there in the chat, and then I will send you out an invite, or Mod will, if any of them still exist. I'd be more than happy to chat with you. There's no video, it's audio only. There's no flashing lights or anything like that. I want to hear from you. Meanwhile, our Discord is open to be able to communicate with each of these exemplary examples of role players with whom I am absolutely blessed. Stacie, I only draw into, I point out to you as our newest member, thank you. for joining us.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. However, we're gonna have the after party. Is anyone here not able to make it? Anyone here need to bail?
I quit my job. I don't have to get up at 4.
You don't have to go anywhere, so fuck all. All right, well that's totally cool. All right, cool. I mean, I'm sorry that you quit your job. Is that
I have a new
good
job
thing?
in September.
All right, cool. Well,
I'm looking for something else to do, and I mean, I'm gonna be a teaching assistant.
fantastic.
fun.
Well, then I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break for bio breaks and other necessary things. Come on back. We're going to be here. We want to talk with you. If you happen to be in my Discord, go into the spoiler chat. If you happen to be here on Twitch, continue to chat. If you happen to be a Patreon member, right here in chat, say, hey, I want to talk. And then I will send you out an invite, and then you can talk right here. No more of this Discord after party nonsense where we've had issues. So no worries. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
No, you.
AIO.
Hey, hey, we're back, and I have to change over my thing here. 1 second. Will this do? I have no idea. No, apparently not. Either way, I'll come on back. Hey guys, we are back. This is the after party. Welcome to. What this basically means is that if anybody actually wants to talk with us, and you happen to be a Patreon patron, by all means. If you aren't a Patreon patron, doesn't mean that you are any less fucking awesome. No, instead you can continue to chat with us right here in Twitch or in the Discord spoilers channel. Having said that, what's up, guys?
Hi.
Yo.
Hello.
Thoughts on tonight while I try to get my face back up on screen? You can talk. Donald says he can talk. All right, Donald, I'm going to send you out an invite.
I know I was really excited to get a little bit caught up from the little hiatus that we had.
Oh yeah.
Just because of everybody having life things occur, and then to jump right into it from a very intense scene running across an alley while trying to avoid a simulant when Zephyr, like a badass, increased his very, very close and dangerous kill count. he's got a good KD spread right now, but man, is it getting stressful every time it comes up.
I'm having so much fun playing Zephyr because, like, so often in like a tabletop game, the trade-off you make is, if I get into this fight, there's the very real chance of, you know, me taking like grievous injury or dying. Zephyr's combat profile is crazy. He can do a ridiculous amount of damage and heal himself afterward, but the trade-off is this sword is only gonna get more evil.
Yeah.
It really is. It's so bad, and you already have some shit against you. It didn't come across you, which means it's got some stuff already against you. So, are you prepped for that? Did we just die? Oh no. Hold on.
Oh no.
Did the tech god happen? The tech nastiness just happened. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see if
want to
this
know
works.
if it did the thing in
Stream can still hear us.
Stream can still hear us. Okay,
Hey.
good. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
That's
don't know
okay.
what just happened. We'll figure this out. You guys keep
Yeah,
talking.
yeah.
If they can hear us, then that's good.
But
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
no, I'm very much ready for Zephyr to kind of continue down this sort of path of sword addiction. It's something that, as I've played tabletop games for the past 15 years. And hey, you know, it's not a lot compared to some people, but I'm only 28.
I know. I'm not casting judgment. I'm just laughing that it's like after all this time. No, I understand that. I'm laughing because I commiserate.
Yeah, but when I first started playing games, I was like, this is my character, my perfect shining baby, and nothing bad will ever happen to them. And now that I'm a, fucked up 20-something, I make these wonderful characters that I love, and I have so much joy in creating them. And then I sit there behind my little keyboard with my little gremlin hands going, and how can I ruin their life? Like, it's like 90% of, like, my time, like, past, like, 4 or 5 sessions with a character, I'm like, if I get to low hit points or something, I got a cool death plan.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know, it's so much more fun to play that way instead of like because it also frees you from the idea of like, oh no, a bad roll, I really fucked that up. You're like, a bad roll, I could roll with that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like when I first started playing, I was like, I fucking rolled a 3, dang it, I wish I rolled a 17. Now I'm like, I rolled a 3, I fucking eat shit and fall over. It rules. I don't know. My best advice for everybody playing tabletop games is to just embrace your inner clown.
Yeah,
Like-
100%.
It's so much more fun than trying to make everything work perfectly all the time.
Oh my God, yeah. Especially if anybody is out there is a streamer, and you're trying to pull this kind of shit off. Stop thinking. Just do. Seriously, have fun with it. It's just fucking give up on all the professionalism. The words of wisdom coming from many years. Have fun, because that ultimately is what's going to attract people.
I have a question. Speaking of streamers, Stacie, how did you choose Andromeda's playbook?
That's a really great question. We didn't really explicitly mention what playbook Andromeda is, but she is I forget how you pronounce it. The Catabolist is what it is.
Catabolist, yeah.
And the Catabolist basically has this Omni tool that they use, and they like scavenge for shit. And in the playbook, they specifically scavenge for shit to like build on their own just like massive cybernetic web that they have. But because it was like previously established that, you know, Andromeda is like human and pretty much wants to stay that way and doesn't really want any sort of augmentations, I kind of spun it and I was like, she will make those things for like other people and just use like technology as a tool. So it was more like, which one of these playbooks can be like the most human without being an exact copy of Kode? That's kind of what it came down to, and then finding a way to kind of like work with that and what her character had already kind of done, and you know, after like her interactions with the rest of the group, just thinking about like, okay, based on like what she learned from everybody, what kind of next steps would she want to take, and that kind of like built her playbook.
It's absolutely seamless from my point of view. When I had the ability, hold on, Erin, you've got the AC going?
Yeah, I was gonna ask a follow-up question, but I muted myself, so you're good.
No, go ahead, ask that, because it's like I may have to mute you.
I'll get it all in one breath. Okay, so
Yeah.
my follow-up question is for Kode then, because Kode has, the way I see it in my head canon, empaths are know that they're empaths. Like, they are very well aware. There's a title of what they are in society. Kode being honed, is that an understanding that the past several, almost all episodes, he's had a very purist mindset about being honed? Is there a "you're not one of us" kind of like thought coming up about somebody that's not like truly leaning into the organic mindset of a honed, coming from Kode? And is that what's driving the reluctance to accept Andromeda, or is it something different?
Wow, that was a complex one.
It's
so
a really
sorry.
good question, though.
I'm so
like,
sorry.
damn, that's a good one.
Hey,
Drunk
just
Erin's on fire.
Hey, quick follow-up question. Can we just get a cross-section of your character's brain and personality? Just, you know.
Just really quick follow-up, you know, maybe like 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah.
So in regards to the acceptance of someone else interacting with the group, it's not even like from my perspective that I have from Kode, at least. It's not even that we're like, I could have answered this question a whole lot different before Mama V died. Now that there was an event that occurred that changed the perspective of Kode for what it is to work with anybody for a mission. It's no longer these, hey, run into this warehouse and grab this package. Hey, don't get caught running this SIN card up to the 4th floor. You know, it's no longer these little missions. Now it's about going against the whale. It's, as Zephyr said, now it's the piranha. Instead of getting the scraps with a bunch of other people, it's just the one piranha taking a bite out of this whale. And even if the whale notices him, just to fucking keep going. And that's a harder task. So when focusing on somebody who initially was like, oh my god, like I had a very small group of people who were like me, and now I have Andromeda and the crew that Andromeda grows with that are also owned. Like, that's fucking fantastic. I have a crew, and now they are piranhas with me. So when I see them not taking a bite and risking like getting fucked up beforehand, it affects him a little differently. So I don't even think he has really crossed that threshold yet to acceptance, not only with Andromeda but with the situation.
Wow. All of you are pretty much in the same situation. Is there a cohesiveness in the adaptation? And what is it going to take for the original 3 to accept this one?
Haven's already like, this is like my little mini me. With the scene in the scene in the diner, like where you played Andromeda, and to me, Haven is like, yes, this is like fucking brilliant, like anarchist, like very, because Haven's like very communist, like very all about for the people, by the people, fuck everybody else. And Andromeda is like this scrappy like teenager that is everything that she wishes she was when she was her age. So as soon as she showed up again, she was like, fuck yeah, great. Like I was hurting cats this whole time because Zephyr's off killing people and Kode's off being emotional. And I'm just like, can we get our shit together, please, and like do our thing? And now that Andromeda's here, I'm like, yes, this is nice. I like this.
Yeah, as far as accepting Andromeda in the group goes, I feel like Zephyr still feels more like a sort of like hired gun than a full member of the crew.
Really?
Mostly because like when it was just the 3 of us running together, it was Haven and Kode, who are both empaths, and Kode is completely unaugmented. Haven's only augments are the blinders. And both of them tend to have a more like kind of like hit and run, like grab it and go style of like, we can get this stuff and get it out to people to help people, whereas Zephyr throughout his whole career has just been a fucking, I will go in, I will kill as many corpo rats as I can, and then I will leave before the heat gets too hot. And so as far as like somebody else coming into the group, I feel like it might even make Zephyr feel more isolated to see somebody else who's coming in who of like a like fuck these corporations, we're doing this for the people. Because for Zephyr, it's been fuck these corporations, end of sentence. Like there's no end goal for him beyond they need to go away. He doesn't care beyond anything else.
That's
Kill,
fucking...
kill them all. Kill them all. Let the Autalti sort them out.
That was actually my last follow-up question. I promise I get one for every glass of wine I drink. I was gonna ask Zephyr or Mike, do you think Zephyr will feel a sort of resentment form inside of him in terms of being the tank or the fighter and the like being the one who's like, oh, Zephyr will handle it, he's got the talking sword?
No, I genuinely think, because like from like backstory and like pre-established stuff before Zephyr kind of like happened upon your group at Prodigy, he was like a solo operator. He was a like go in and get it done, or like somebody that Deeds would be like, hey, you're doing this job, I know your crew, you don't have the muscle you need, I have a guy, let me call him. Like that was always the kind of niche he filled. So I don't feel like he resents that. I think the thing that he resents more is that the things, or not even resents, but like kind of regrets, is that the things that this group are facing are more like threatening than what he was facing when he was just sort of doing like low level like street mercenary stuff. So like having to push himself so much more, he's realizing how much he relies on the sword, and he's kind of wishing he could pull away from it, but also realizing that his entire like not his entire personality, but his entire sort of like professional efficacy is tied to a sword that is going to at some point lead him to do something incredibly stupid, probably.
I'm kind of curious. This is the first time that we have the after party solely on Twitch using the guest host mode or guest mode. Donald, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
You are here. Can you guys hear Donald?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
I can.
All right. Donald, a lot of shit went down. We have over here, we have somebody new joining us as well, Stacie the Linguist.
Welcome aboard.
He said welcome aboard. I don't know if you can hear him.
It was just kind of quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm gonna see if I can boost your volume is up as much as I can make it, friend. Sorry. Thoughts on tonight? You know my usual questions. Where do you want to go with this? Where's this gonna go? Thoughts on Andromeda joining the crew? Thoughts on what Zephyr had just said about still feeling alienated? What can remedy these things? How close are they to Dr. Hazer? Take it from here.
I think, Stacie, I think you're doing a great job as Andromeda. I think you took the role. I had a picture of Andromeda prior to this, as an NPC, and then now that you're playing her, I think you're doing a great job. It's pretty much how I pictured her being, so it's great.
Thank you.
And Zephyr, yeah, I could see where you're coming from, where you kind of feel like you're, not fully in the group yet. You're still trying to, establish your place within the group, maybe. And I think you're getting there, though. I think you'll eventually be a cohesive group with everyone, and I think, I think part of it is the other two, Haven and Kode, are empaths, and you're not, and so you're gotta find a way to relate to them,
Yeah, and it's a fun character to play, because so many D&D or tabletop games start with you are 4 distinct characters sitting in a tavern, and somebody comes in and says, I have a job for a group of 4 people with a diverse skill set and different backgrounds. And to have somebody that is like, I am a mercenary, I do jobs that pay well or jobs that interest me, and then I will move on to the next job, fall in with a group that is we are freedom fighters that are going to change things and fix things for everybody. I don't know, it's very Final Fantasy VII.
If Zephyr got a offer that was pays very well, would he go move off to somewhere else and to do this other job?
No, I think just because of his sort of cowboy code of honor, he would very much be go stick this one through and I'll move on to the next job when it's time to move on. But yeah, when I say he's a mercenary, it's more I don't know, I guess it's the freedom of being able to look for jobs that appeal to him, and knowing that he has his fallback as a bartender at a country western chain restaurant.
Chain restaurant. I love the distinction.
It's a chain. It's basically Texas Roadhouse, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite part of it, is that his whole cowboy styling and the patois and everything is solely because he was I found a bar that I could work at, and he just bought into it 100%. The other people that work there wear the corporate issued almost plastic cowboy hats, and they're welcome to Rib Stickers, what can I get y'all today? Meanwhile he's there well, how's it going, just got back in from the farm, all right, cool, hey man.
So
taking Texas Roadhouse way too seriously.
Yeah, he's the guy in Office Space who has way too much flair.
Donald, go ahead and say that again. Donald?
What you just said, just basically He's wearing the company flare outside of work, like he's taking
Oh yeah.
not that much to heart.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm going to ask two questions, potentially. Cody, first. The past several episodes, we have seen Cody very withdrawn, very centered, very egocentric. Where is that? And today we saw it burst out. We saw some emotion. We saw a little bit more. How much of the cracks of the surface of control are we beginning to see compared to what will be released? Is that something you're comfortable discussing, or?
So something that was very change of pace for the mindset that I had for Cody was, well, quite literally fell into the situation because of how Andromeda kind of like fell into us doing our thing after running out from the first simulant down this corridor into this one area we were supposed to go on the specific spot, and then this kid that kind of saved the day not too long ago with the phone incident at the auction, like fell into it again, and they're also honed, and like that was one of those things where I was like, this is, regardless of whether or not I'm successful on my path of vengeance that I have deep in my heart, because I can tell you right now, Cody doesn't give a fuck about living. He just wants this. He just wants them to feel the pain that he did by taking something from them. And having Andromeda, another honed, drop into the situation, clearly struggling in Sin City and Killison City, like, was kind of hopeful, if that makes sense. It was more of the ideals that were instilled into me by my father, linked to the corporate, lifestyle, a dream that was sold poorly to my mother to keep us alive, kind of exists in another generation, the generation after me. And it just fucking stumbled into our laps again in a very serendipitous manner. And so that joy, that, elbow sticking, kind of came out because of that. And I feel like that's the most wholesome you're probably gonna get from him because of that.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Donald, any follow-up questions to that? And of course, you're more than welcome to stick around because I'm going to turn my attention to Andromeda in a second.
Yeah, I thought Cody, thought you did a great job. I could tell, like, the last couple sessions, Cody was kind of internalizing everything, trying to process his mother and everything that's happening, and he finally, he was able to express, himself, as well as, dealing with these new empath stuff that he's dealing with, and it's all kind of coming together, and it was really great. I really liked it.
Yeah. Stacie, you're new to this crew.
Yeah.
The only introduction that you had, for those of you on the outside, Stacie the Linguist, you got to go check them out. It's fucking fantastic. Stacie, you as a human, what are your pronouns?
She, her.
She, her. Okay, perfect. If you watch their stream, if you watch her streams, I'm getting fucking disoriented. It's over here.
Look, I'm not offended by they, but
Okay.
I usually just use she, her.
As an
Alright.
English major, currently they, them is used as a singular non-gendered pronoun pretty regularly these days.
Flexible, baby. I'm flexible.
If you watch this fuckhead streams, what you're gonna come across is a whole bunch of science and some really awesomeness when it comes down to linguistics. However, tonight we were graced by Stacie's presence here, and you came into the role of Andromeda, just fucking dived in head first. You and I talked about it. I proposed it. you adopted it, and then you simply took it from there. So what was a greatest challenge, if there was one? I'm not assuming that there was one. If there was one, what was the greatest challenge that you had adopting this, and how free do you feel in portraying Andromeda as your own character?
Yeah, those are really great questions. And I would just like to also say it is such an honor and a privilege to just play with everybody here. When I found out about this show, I was just immediately hooked. Everybody is just so talented and skilled, and I was like, I get to be a part of this? This is insane. So I was super excited, but I'm not gonna lie, I think the hardest part was just the nerves of taking on an NPC, after.
Well, it's not. She's not an NPC now.
She's not an NPC now, but
okay. All right.
With her having been an NPC and Steve having done such a good job kind of setting her up, seeing that initial portrayal of her kind of come into the scene, I was like, oh shit, this bitch has got something. She's definitely got a little bit of, she got a little something to her. And I was reading through chat as I was rewatching things, and I was like, there are clearly some strong opinions about her. And so the hardest thing was
hold up. Strong opinions. You're gonna have to spill the tea. Was there anything that you discovered in our own private little chat that you were invited into? Did any of these people say something against Andromeda?
None of that. Mostly just audience stuff. I wanted to do right by the audience and the
shithead.
What, Mike?
I said I'm a total shithead in the pre-stream chat. Thank goodness. Chat sees me as just the resident local lovable jokester. But man, if you guys saw me in the pre-stream chat, I don't stop shit posting. Also in the during stream chat.
No,
it's great. It's wonderful. But anyway, so I wanted to make sure I did right by the audience by staying true to what was previously established. So that was my main goal. The main difficulty was doing the background research and making sure I understood where she was coming from, where her head was at, what her goals were, and just doing that background work. But then after having done all that homework, I really started to connect with the character. I've told Steve this a couple of times, and I've mentioned it on my own stream several times. I feel like he made this character for me. I don't know, we did not know each other a week ago.
No.
And yet I feel like this character is someone I can really step into at this time in my life. And so after kind of establishing all that groundwork, it was super easy, and it felt super liberating to kind of just take her where I needed to take her and push her in a direction she was already going. It felt easy.
It was from a complete observation point of view. You know what? I don't need to say anything because whatever. Instead, we're going to take this from Matthias. So Matthias Thornton, brand new person here to the streamer, who also admits that apparently they know you both as a friend and as their DM.
Matthias is a friend of mine who's been in a campaign that's lasted over 2.5 years.
Dude, that's fantastic. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So Matthias knows you.
Yes, pretty well at this point, I would say.
Would you trust the opinion of that individual?
You know what? He's a bit of a bastard, but I love him, and he does have good taste.
So, having said that, she absolutely nailed it, and this is something I concur. You did a fantastic job, and I am so happy to just go, I don't need this NPC anymore. It is yours to do with whatever you want. You can diverge in whatever direction you feel is yours, which would have been the case anyway, but it's more of a comfort to know that not only did you fit in well with the group from my perspective, they have their own individual opinions, but to have a player who comes in and dives in head first is a rarity. And so thank you for that. And for anyone out there like Mike, you just mentioned, like it's a thing to dive into it. Like when you came in as Casper.
Oh yeah.
Into Untimely Heroes, dude. It's daunting.
I handled jumping into new situations by playing a character with a stupid accent.
I did it. Casper.
I did it in Untimely Heroes, and then I still felt uncomfortable streaming at the beginning of Kill City Sinners, so I did it with Faustus. And now I'm doing it as Zephyr because he's a cowboy. When I played at the Muppia LARP, I did a Russian accent for the first 3 games.
There's nothing wrong with any of that. Look, as a guy who is a fucking voice actor, I'm going to tell you right now, accents are 100% acceptable. You can go nasal, you can go forward in the voice, you can go backwards. You can do any number of things. The fact that you are adopting a different voice is something that's, look, man, all you have to do is go up on TikTok, read the comments of people of like other VA who were up there saying, you can create a character for your voice. It's really easy. It's not. A lot of people have problems with it.
One of these days I'll play a character that just sounds like me.
You can anytime. But the beautiful part is, here's the real secret. No matter the accent, no matter the dialect, no matter how far away you are from portraying the character that you are currently portraying using that voice, it's always you. And no one can ever do it better than you. You're the only person who can have all those inflections and all those accents and miss those marks and hit every single one of those marks. You're the only person in this entire fucking world of 7.8 billion people who can ever do that. So to think that it's not your voice is inaccurate. It just sounds a little bit different.
I'm the only dude on the planet that could play a character in a Victorian Gothic horror setting and say yeah all right like 8 times in a row.
And it was so good.
And
that was iconic. That was iconic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was very Casper.
That is
like because like as a human person existing in the world, if I don't know what to say, I don't like saying like or like or anything like that, because you know I've taken public speaking classes and it's been beaten out of me. So but the downside to that is I still don't know what I want to say all the time, and I talk a lot because I got the tism. So whenever I'm talking and I don't know what I want to say next, I'll just sit there going fucking fucking. And then when I was playing Casper, if I didn't know what to say, I would just sit there going right, yeah, all right, yeah, right, yeah.
So this is it's called a verbal crutch, and what you're doing is so distinctly and so beautifully human. It actually lends a character personality. So don't be intimidated by what you perceive as pitfalls. It's not. You're actually bringing a character to life every time you insert something that is, quote, less than perfect. That's how you bring characters to life through voice, is by embracing the fault of humans, which is to say, be perfectly human, and embrace the chaos of language. It's an amazing, amazing thing. Language itself constantly evolves. We constantly hear this. I mean, here I am, like a fucking mansplaining with a linguist in the fucking room here. So I'll just sum it up with this. Every time you catch a phrase, exactly what Kevin here just said, it's iconic. You have captured the essence of the character linguistically, and that is a fucking beautiful thing. When we say Casper, I can identify the 3 things that always pop up in my head. Yeah, right. That is one. That is always number 1. And then the guttural tone that you always had, which was always down here a little bit, like you always smoked like a pack of Marlboros and every day. And the other was the accent that you attributed to it. Dude, you did 3 things that are hallmark of a professional voice actor. Yep. So don't dismiss it. It's a fucking treasure that you did it. So good for you.
And Kevin will attest to this. There's a vocal crutch in like the military and the army. It's the word fucking. Every other word. Fucking this and fucking that. And that's how you know.
Fuck, man.
I got this fucking thing. Like that's how you know. If you ever want to question whether somebody spent time in the army specifically,
yep.
You just listen to how many times they say fucking in the sentence, and that's how you know. But that's not what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say was, Kevin, I almost said Zabi. Kevin and I went back to Crossroads, and then Mike and Kevin and I went back to Untimely Heroes. So there's like there's a trust at the table and a relationship that has been built at the table where we can do interpersonal conflict and have characters who don't get along. And it works so well. And the fact that Stacie, you were able to get into that space, and you went to the Discord.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
You are shit posts.
I have no idea what's going to happen now.
The fact that you were able to jump into that trust, because there's a lot of trust. Listen. I could talk. This is my tism coming out. The fact that you could go into a table and just like be amongst players who have played together in several campaigns and who have developed this like really easy, like, we're gonna fuck around with each other for 2 hours and then afterwards be like, okay, I love you guys, with like little gifs, like blowing kisses to each other goodnight, and that you're able to just jump right in and like be a character in that is so so good.
I was about to say that too. Fucking Erin, you stole it. You stole it.
And Andromeda to me is my second favorite NPC. Sherry obviously is like, I want to marry her. But like,
I'm still trying to find
like,
a player for Shari, so we'll...
yeah, it's okay. It's for the best, Steve. It's for the best.
Kate Beckinsale.
So,
Kate Beckinsale.
Yes, please call Kate Beckinsale's agent. Please.
I will harness my connections.
But yeah, but it's just to have like a very, at least to me, beloved NPC, one that Haven actually resonates with and relates to. It's like, you did so fucking good. Like, any sort of doubt that you had, get rid of that shit, process it, feel it, it's valid, but then yeet it into another dimension that no longer needs to exist. X-Files that shit so hard because it doesn't belong here. It's great. You're fucking good. That's
I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Another like interesting aspect about Andromeda is that she is a 17-year-old punk ass. And like, so I knew, like, again, part of that fear of jumping in was knowing that like I kind of had to be mean to you guys, and I don't know you that good, but I had to come in and like, you know, start poking around and stirring some shit because that was what was honest to the character. And just like seeing your guys's energy in like previous episodes and stuff, I kind of figured that y'all would appreciate that honesty to the character. And so I was like, you know what, if they like me, like, I hope they like me, but I want to just, more than anything, just be completely honest in who this person is. And like, she's already in the world, just let her be who she needs to be, and then hopefully charm you before and after the game so you do like me. But I'm glad it panned out.
That's very like LARP weekend, because when, like, I mentioned the Muffia LARP before, but when me, Eric, and that crew would go to that, we played these like fucking demon summoning necromancers when everybody else was like playing like resist the darkness and push back against it. We were like, fucking get in here, darkness, you know. And so like at the beginning of every weekend I would be like hanging out talking to people. I'd be like, yeah, we're over in this cabin over here.
Okay, hold on.
The people would be like, my name is Mike, I'm a cool guy, I promise, I'm real nice.
I swear I'm not an asshole in real life.
Okay, I gotta shed in my 2 cents. I was the guy who fucking had that LARP. I was the one who ran that LARP, and I was the guy who got called up by the person who owns the property on which that LARP occurred.
There was one pentagram.
It was a fucking pentagram made out of duct tape on a painted wooden floor that when you were kind enough to peel back the duct tape, it still had a fucking pentagram.
I heard that story in the car, and he did not say it was Mike.
Yeah,
This
that
was a
that
little
that was
kids
me, Eric, and that
camp.
crew.
This was a little kids camp that we
It's a
fucking
Boy Scout
rented.
camp. I'm an Eagle Scout. It's allowed. I'll come
It is not allowed.
Oh my god. You might as well have done light as a feather, stiff as a board, like a bunch of preteen lesbians.
Wow.
I love it.
Wow.
But like,
Kevin,
but like
Kevin,
the-
Kevin, where the fuck are you? Over there. Kevin, you run LARPs.
Yes, I do.
Do not allow Mike to ever play.
Oh no, I welcome that. I welcome that. I'm sorry. I empower that. Mike, come to my games.
Yeah, I already have a DR character.
Oh shit.
At the second Mafia game, me and Eric were outside of our cabin, like reading tarot cards and doing rituals and doing witchy stuff. And 3 people came up to me because they knew I was a healer and there was very few healers at the game. And they're like, "You're an Edi, right?" I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "You have to heal our friend." I was like, "No, I don't." they're like, "What do you mean? He's dying." I was like, "Okay, that's not my problem."
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
Yeah, and they're like, "Please just come help." I was like, "Okay, what happened?" They're like, "Well, we went out to the field to look for resources." I was like, "How many of you?" They're like, 3 of us. I was like, "By yourselves?" They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right, cool. He learned his lesson. Good luck."
Stacie, you're over there on the left coast, so we're gonna have to fly you out for one of these LARPs should it ever
Oh,
start
I am
back
so
up.
down. Okay, I know they say West Coast is the best coast, but it's not true.
Ooh.
Those are
excuse
some
me,
heated
hold on.
words,
I need to stop you.
I miss the East Coast constantly.
I need to stop you. All right, I appreciate that you missed the East Coast. However, we do have another West Coaster here online.
Fair.
Donald.
Yeah.
West Coast, East Coast.
Well, I haven't spent a whole lot of time on the East Coast, so I got to say West Coast.
There you go. See?
That's fair. That's fair.
So.
I've
West
dabbled in
Coast.
both. I've made my decision.
As a firm East Coaster, allow me to say, East Coast is the best coast.
Hey, I love it.
Yeah, listen, I'm a nice guy. I respect all opinions, but fucking,
But also-
I don't want. If you ever make me move off the East Coast, I'll fucking bite and scream the whole way.
Yep.
I'm
I'm gonna live
being
in New
distracted.
York until I die.
Yeah, I know.
Especially because I'm
I've-
gonna be a teacher. I don't want to teach in any other states.
So the last thing is I'm going to turn this over to Donald. Donald, you've been hanging on the line. If anybody here does want to talk and you happen to be a Patreon person, a patron, one of those fucking amazing people in this world that actually pays the internet bills, pays for all the software that enables these layouts, these overlays and other stuff like that, please let me know in this way. Let me know in the chat if you are interested in talking. In the meantime, Donald, we're nearing what could be the end. From your perspective as someone on the outside, someone who has been watching everything and seen the evolution of the campaigns take place, how close are they and in how much danger is this crew?
I think they're. I mean, Hazer could literally be through the door of that warehouse, and I think the danger is very real. I think.
Well, what
There's
kind of
gonna be
problems does he present, though?
I think there's going to be protections there. It might not necessarily be another simulant. It could be some sort of defensive mechanism. It could be anything from a security system to, it's an old and outdated security system, but it's something that's could be lethal. Just think of those movies where they go through these corridors and there's traps and stuff, and just like the doors close on both sides and whatever, crazy stuff that
Sure.
happens. But it's all automated. It could be all automated and everything, and it could be a real test for them. So yeah.
How close are they?
I think they're very close. I think as soon as they walk in, Hazer's gonna know they're there.
You guys, how close are you to Hazer?
Uncomfortably close. Actually, I think we're closer than our characters believe they are.
And is Hazer the BBEG of this campaign?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
No. Capitalist.
Small,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
small
that's like-
fish in a big pond.
That's the cool thing about Cyberpunk is like, unless you zoom like way out and you're like, we are a fucking like other country coming to deal with this, you're not dealing with the big bad. Like every person living in Cyberpunk like worlds are like disenfranchised and like unpowered to the point that they can't bite too hard. So the people that they can bite in a significant way are never the biggest. And like, yeah, we're a crew of like, you know, hardened criminal mercenary types. At the end of the day, Hazer's the head of research for a company that left that company to go to his own company. Prodigy is still there. Kilson City's still there. There's still that big wall with the automated turrets that says you can't come to the rich district that we like. Listen, no matter how many of these corpos that we cut down in city center, we're not going to make it over there.
Yep.
Yeah. I was gonna say too that something that I was like talking about on my own stream was I had to kind of take a step back from D&D for a little while because in like the last game that I played, there was like so much pressure on defeating the big bad evil guy. Of like, this is your one thing, and if you do not do like the one thing, then like everything kind of falls to pieces. You have to stay on this track, otherwise the world will burn or whatever. And so it felt kind of freeing and liberating in a way to kind of step into a more cyberpunk universe where it's like, there's still going to be problems. We can take this in several directions. There's like no one way to go about doing this. There's no one right answer. And for me, that really kind of took the pressure off playing because I felt like I could focus more on the character and more on like the personal journey of the small time fish instead of being like, oh my god, if I fuck up, the world is going to be destroyed. No, the world's already in shambles, right? And so it's one of those things where it's so bad, it's freeing, you know, in like a weird, twisted kind of a way. But yeah, it's just like a very small piece to a large puzzle, but I appreciate that, honestly.
How much
Cyberpunk's one of my favorite genres because it no matter what happens, the next day 99.9% of the world's population still has to get up and go to their shitty corporate job. Like my fiance had to go to a rehearsal today, so I watched Akira again, and at the ending of Akira, when everything fucking blows up, I'm sitting there thinking, like, anybody that was, like, just, like, one block outside of that explosion goes, crazy explosion, better go clock in at the Cyberpunk factory.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, I agree that, you know, overall he's not the big bad evil guy, but I just still think he is a very real threat.
Hazer.
Hazer, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
He may be the culmination of this story arc, but in Cyberpunk there will be others. There'll be other stories, and as they said, that there'll be people will still go and do their jobs. There's still going to be the corporations, everything overhead, and everything.
Donald,
this is one thing.
Did you hear that Erin and Mike are going to take over as game masters of this?
Yeah, you had mentioned that before. So I know there's going to be different story arcs and stuff. So.
Yeah, definitely different story arcs. So on that, though, I have to ask a question. Mike, Kevin, you got something. What's up?
On Hazer being the BBEG, no, not the BBEG, but maybe just the BEG with a lot of long-term dangerous effects. Taking I'm trying to say that goes as fast as possible. Taking the veil back and pushing everything and zooming out. When you think about exactly what Hazer is researching, what he is doing, if he did go unchecked, what that would look like for a corporate setting being given to one portion of Prodigy expanding that against its other competitors, because we don't even know what their competitors are doing, and having them have an upper hand in the big corporate scale, and then getting backing from the syndicate, and how that would affect the syndicate and their ability to indoctrinate and enslave entire races of people on whatever fucking planet that they go. Like this, although Hazer isn't the BBEG, it is a damn good thing that this little party has this really probably never told again story to do their best to stop him, because it could be detrimental to the entirety of the big picture.
Yeah, it could be really, really bad. I'm gonna tie this off with a twofold question. One, and this goes out to everyone here. This is inspired by Kevin, as well as Kevin Mavis, who is in tomorrow night's game, Seekers of the Fall. Number one, what is something you would like to see added to the campaign? I say that in full disclosure. Tonight's campaign was sponsored by the opinions of Mr. Adams, who had spent the points that you all threw at us with biddies. The hype train went up to a level 1 tonight. Donald, that was level 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's thank you for that. We have here Mike, Kevin, and Stacie. You guys have unspent +1s. That means that you can request a tiny addition to the story.
Oh God.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I
Really
dropped
put me
my
on the
phone.
spot there. I just got here, man.
Yeah, but you're now fully in, man. You're in the same fucking water that we all are in, and the water's just
Look,
fine.
hey, I'm swimming, baby.
You can also think about it, by the way. You can think about it and put it
I
in
am
chat.
gonna think on it. I do.
What? No.
You
no,
did,
now.
yes, you did that last time. You did that last time.
Fine, all right.
You could think about it and bring it up later.
Matthias, thank you for the sub.
I have something in mind already. I just don't know how to quite phrase it.
No
Let's
worries.
just say that, like, I don't want to spoil anything because I've got my own machinations that I'm working on. That's right, baby, machinations. Andromeda has specific goals that she's trying to achieve.
Okay.
And she is like determined to see this pan out and wants to see kind of like how it works.
All right.
So, I mean, it's something that probably not for the next game or the game after that, but like,
we're talking tiny additions.
If you ever want a chance to see like Andromeda in her workshop, that could be something interesting.
Adams.
I use it for this. It's something that I always
Yep.
thought was really
Yep.
cool for this setting. I would love to not really see anything, but I would love to hear voicemails from the fallen.
Ooh.
Define fallen.
People who at the end of the campaign either died or we never heard from, or we may have forgotten, or a random ad. Just one of those things where you hear. I don't want to put this idea out there, but Mike, do you mind if I throw out something that I always envisioned?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I always envisioned a hacksaw leaving a voicemail at somebody's phone, and Faustus going, "No, you gotta hit the off button. You have to augment it," and him just like talking him through hanging up the phone for the voicemail. I've always thought about that as just a voicemail that somebody has on whoever the hell he called, just in their inbox, saved forever, like something like that.
Yeah. Like 100%, like especially because the particulars of his past.
So the amount of people
is still kind of around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like me personally, I feel like as somebody who DMs a lot and writes and tells stories, I try never to step on another storyteller's toes. So like when Steve has Hacksaw talking and he kind of like glitches out for a second, like in the back of my head I'm like, oh, should I say something as Dr. Faustus? And then the other part of me is like, no, he has something planned for this. Let me just let him.
That's
let him
horse
cook.
shit. That's absolute fucking horse shit, dude. I barely have anything planned at any given time. Most of the narration you heard is simply because I had it pre-written and you just happen to go there. Believe me, my ass is sweating at every fucking chance, at every single step that you guys are taking, because now I'm gonna have to make up something, some brand new shit, because you guys decide. Look, all right, all you people, I'm gonna fucking mute you. Shut up. Listen, all you people out there who want a game master, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Save your fucking sanity. Become a player. Don't do it.
Or do what I do when I GM. The last game of Camp Dirgewood that we played, which we still need to finish, by the way.
Yeah, we do.
The notes I had written down were, but I threw out the notebook because I got coffee spilled all over it.
Really?
But yeah, because I'm a fucking goblin, and when I write, like you see me sitting here at my desk now, like with good posture and everything. When I write, like I have this mug of coffee that sits at my desk with me, and I hunch over my keyboard and I go, yeah, and there's frogs and there's zombies and it's cool. But my notes for the last session of Camp Dirgewood were Sasquatch in a top hat ? His name is Samuel Squatch. And then at the bottom I wrote Azathoth. And that was it.
That's wow.
The rest was improv.
Fucking beautiful.
So just do improv. It's easy.
Seriously, it is. Don't think. Seriously,
just trap
don't
players in your mindscape, and if they start to ask questions, deploy the creatures.
Yeah, that's one way. So, the next question that I have for everyone here.
Oh wait, I want my tiny addition to the story.
Go ahead. Yeah. All right, what do you got?
Mine is more just like a solidifying of things that were said in character during the game. It's not something I said. I don't think I even said it to you when I made Zephyr in my fucking fevered messages I sent to you while I was at work of he's a cowboy but a samurai. Watch this clip from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. But I would Zephyr is from Shade City. He grew up there.
This is his home turf.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the only thing I would add to the story is just kind of like somebody like sees him walking by and they're like, Tony? And he's like, Zephyr now.
Wow. Okay.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah, that's very sick.
Okay, all right.
He literally just murdered a couple people on his home turf.
They're robots.
No, there was a dude 2 episodes ago was a normal guy.
He
killed him.
He was a dickhead.
He was a normal guy.
Dickheads aren't people.
D&D
People
rules
are dying
say
all the time.
you can kill as many dickheads as you want. You're still the good guy. I've read the player's handbook. And I've read the DM guide.
What's your next question, Steve?
I was going to ask, how do you guys what is it that your characters learned? But I'm going to, if anybody here hasn't seen it, Evandale, the Evindale has a TikTok, and we posted a little while ago an exchange between Mike here as Dr. Faustus, and with another player of ours who isn't present anymore because he's doing an awesome job in promoting his own channel, and that of course is Eric Malabe, who's a fantastic role player, and I highly suggest you go follow Eric, whether it's GTA or it is Red Dead. Just a fantastic,
Mudfield
LARP, just an absolutely fantastic role player. However, this is something that did transpire. Let's see if I can get this going.
Everybody, okay, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. There you go.
No, I'm at a location with deets. They're coming my way. Why?
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, you're over by... Okay, hold on. Who's Deeds?
You're talking to me again.
No volume from Dom.
Okay. I don't know who Kelly... Well, I kind of know... Okay, Doctor, listen. Kelly... Oh, it's still... Shit. Okay, Doctor.
Haxel, what's going...
Okay.
Are you talking to Killian too?
Yeah, I don't know how...
1 second, and I just want to, like, a conference call it to get Killian on the line as well.
Holy shit. Doc, is that you?
Yes, I'm here, Killian.
You need to stop getting your boy these back
He's also here.
cybernetics. He needs full upgrades.
Listen,
You can't be doing this old Radio Shack shit. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? That shit's been gone for years. You got to get rid of that shit. You need to at least use Digital Den or something else, because the Radio Shack is bullshit. There's a
So, hopefully you guys were able to hear
I'm at a
that.
location with deets. They're coming my
Yeah,
way.
there's no volume.
That's so good.
Yeah, I saw Donald's message. I don't know if you guys were able to hear it. I saw it up on the
Yeah.
meters that you guys were able to get it. So yeah, there's a long history in this campaign. Guys, I'm going to wrap it up tonight, but I'm going to ask one last question, which is, what did your characters learn tonight, whether about each other, the setting, a particular NPC, or whomever, that is going to potentially alter your character's course? Whoever wants to take it, announce it, and then pass it.
I have a pretty obvious one, personally. Well, at least to my character. I think Zephyr realizes that the person who he took the sword and the arms from is not quite as dead as he thought they were.
And can you DM me more info about that?
Sure. It's something I was kind of playing with in my head with the hunger on the sword for a while, and this session I kind of leaned fully into it. But
Okay.
As the hunger of the sword grows stronger, the sort of personality of the original bearer of that sword comes forward. So that's when the sort of cowboy swagger disappears, and culminating in the fucking, like, you know, cowboy clothes disappearing, veil bringing up the samurai look, and the, you know, slashing through someone and spouting a haiku.
All right. Okay. Who do you want to pass it over to?
I will give it to Kevin.
So.
Did I do it right? Oh no, I'm sorry. On stream this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. You're right. There you go. I'm right there.
I figured it out.
Yeah. I still fuck it up. So, something that Cody learned is that he's not sure if he can rely on anyone for this mission, including himself.
Oh.
Because of what has transpired and the scope as it comes to him. He's not sure if he's going to be successful, but he's keeping that kind of close, and he's probably lashing out because of it, but he learned that he might not be able to rely on anyone, including himself, to complete this mission.
All right. Who do you want to pass it to?
That will be over to Erin.
Hey, I learned that Cody is probably right, that people are going to probably die, and that is going to suck, and decisions are important, and I don't know if she's ready to make those decisions yet. And that leaves Stacie.
Just little old me. Today, Andromeda learned on her own little personal excursion following those power lines of, like, you know, previously, like, her group is kind of just like a loose mishmash of informants that is, like, connected, but they don't necessarily, like, pull together in a way necessarily, but then finding out what she did, what about Dr. Hazer and his work and having those like moments of existential dread and mourning definitely like pushed her in the direction of like, I don't like working with people, but there's clearly something that requires teamwork. So I'm going to have to kind of work with this situation. And so pushing her kind of in a direction that she's not necessarily wanting to go, going from being like a completely independent, autonomous, you know, poking at the bear with her own little tiny stick to, you know, working collectively with other people to poke the bear at multiple angles with bigger sticks. You know?
Yep. All right. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Donald. Donald, what have you learned tonight?
Let me think. I learned that I learned that they're closer to getting to Hazer. And Hazer's probably at least partially aware of them.
Ooh. Do you think Hazer may take action that is specific towards them?
I think he's on alert, and I think, as they get closer, as Kevin's already mentioned, he already has, and I think he's going to continue until he's dealt with.
Okay. And if there is, I'll give you the last words of the evening, Donald. What is the one thing you would hate to happen?
Hazer winning.
We'll have to see.
But it could happen. But I want them to come out ahead.
Yeah, we don't know. So,
I did want to say one thing. I thought, Steve, the music you had tonight was really great, and I think it really helped set the mood.
Oh, dude, thank you. Yay, good. Okay, I have to do my corporate bullshit. Tabletopaudio.com. It's free. We are not sponsored by them, but as a forever DM, I'm constantly looking for easier and freer ways to do things. Tabletopaudio.com allows me to forget something, which is the ambiance. I can turn it over to that. So, guys, go over there. The track that we're running right now is... I don't even have it up. It's somewhere in here. Go check it out. If you guys are running campaigns and you want to set it and forget it, go to tabletopaudio.com. We also use sound effects by Sirenscape, though tonight we didn't. So Sirenscape is like a subscription service, $20 a month or something like that, and you get their full catalog of thousands of sounds, individual sound effects, plus custom soundscapes that you can employ. So it's really, really good stuff either way, whichever way you decide to go.
Yeah. Steve used to use Sirenscape to scare us very badly in the pre-stream. We would all just be sitting there talking and he'd play like a scream or something.
Yeah, because it was under the guise of, I'm going to set this up. Guys, let me know if you can hear this. Yeah, we fucking heard that. So, lots of fun. Anyway,
you get
guys.
me every time.
The four of you are amazing. Stacie, yourself included. Mike, always. Kevin, love gaming with you. Always have. My beloved over there in the corner, Erin, just a fucking amazing presence. You guys are incredible. For those of you out there in chat, Donald, yourself included, Alex Vixen and Crazy C and so many others, come and join us on Discord. Join these amazing people whose names I just threw out there. They really are incredibly welcoming, communicative people, and completely accepting. We don't have we have like almost 200 members. It's a small little Discord server, but the really cool part is that everyone is just kind of chill. We just all vibe. We all contribute. We all have opinions, and everyone accepts it. It's just, yay, you're another human. Congratulations. Let's hear what you have to say so that you can stand out. And so it's a wonderful contributing community. That's the Evan Dwellers, discord.gg/Evandale. But what are the socials for everyone over here? Stacie?
Yes, twitch.tv/Stacie the Linguist. You can also find me on Instagram and TikTok if you want, but I'm not like super crazy on TikTok. So like Instagram and Twitch are my places where I live.
Who do you want to pass it to?
Erin.
Erin my laundry everywhere. Add an underscore if it doesn't show up, because there's somebody who is equally as clever as I am and also has that name in a couple spots. But you'll know me when you see me because of the Mike inspired shit posting, and I'll pass it to Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm not really on social media that much.
That's right.
But I did recently quit my job at the gym, and I have like 2 months before my new job starts. So I might start streaming. I don't know. I write RPGs about frogs sometimes.
He does a lot more than that. He does a lot more than that.
Nah, I basically just write RPGs about frogs.
Yeah, you're full of shit, and you know it. He writes fantastic bullshit. So just go to Mike.
I write sometimes. You know what? I'll say it right now. If I can figure out how to make it work, I'll stream tomorrow. My Twitch account is twitch.tv/Dr. Throat Punch. I'm in the chat all the time, being an evil chatter. But yeah, I don't know. I'll stream tomorrow. I gotta write more about frogs so I can make these guys play a frog game.
Okay. Dr. Throat Punch. DR. Well, you know the rest.
Yeah. It's easy spelling.
LARP Genie.
That's right. That's what I go by. You look it up, and that's where you'll find me. I do most of the LARPing on the East Coast with a lot of involvement, including directing, consulting, and major performances. But one thing I like to do most of all is talk LARP theory and game theory in regards to that. I should be doing that sometime sooner on my Twitch stream, but on every other platform, you can just put in LARP Genie and you'll find me.
Yep, 100%. Guys, all of you out there in chat, and for those of you that have been lurking through this time, thank you so much. Really, really, truly appreciate it. Players, thank you so much for giving me the honor of leading you through this, but more perhaps, thank you so much for the entertainment as a DM, or a GM in this case, what it is like for me to take off my glasses, go a little bit unfocused, concentrate on the audio, and listen to you tell a story is an amazing thing. And if you guys are ever concerned as a player whether or not you are contributing enough, believe me, you are. There's always someone in every game who occupies this seat who is blessed with your presence. Continue out there, stay adorkable, and just imagine your fucking life away in the moment that you play that game. Take a chance. Fuck the rules, dare to suck. Love you all. Have an amazing night. We'll see you guys tomorrow night for Seekers of the Fall, a brand new Pathfinder 2nd edition game with 6 fucking players. Erin is in it over there somewhere. Come in and join us, and we will see you guys tomorrow. And if you want to hang out with us during the off time, go ahead. Discord.gg.
If you post in the question of the day, chat, I'll yell at you.
Probably
about your wrong opinions.
With a shit post. We'll see you guys.
Yeah, for
Bye.
sure.
We're going to go raid. Bye.
And everyone.
It's a happiness.
Yeah.
Donald, thank you so much for tonight. We just finished up the stream. Really appreciate all your contributions, man. Really, truly appreciate you. And I love hearing your voice on here, as I've said 1,000 times before. So, again, thank you so much.
I gotta figure out how to stream.
It was great.
Yeah, you made a promise. Now you gotta keep it.
I drank 5 beers and said I was gonna stream.
Guys, shut the fuck up, man. Donald's talking.
Oh, hi, Donald.
I just said thank all of you. It was great. I love talking to you all.
All right, man. We hope to have you in the game soon, but you and I will chat offline.
Okay.
Ooh.
Cool. Good deal. I'll see you guys later, man. Have a great one, Donald. Good night.
All right. Bye.
Donald has left the building. Guys, thank you again. I'm going to end the stream here.